Councilman, we're waiting on you.
Do you have your password? Your password? We're waiting on you to start.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the workshop session of the Municipal Council. Madam Clerk, this meeting now is called to order. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes, Madam President.
Where did Ruby go?
Where's Councilman Cotton?
I'm sorry, where did Ruby go?
We have to wait.
Huh?
She stepped out. We have to wait a few minutes.
My apologies.
I thought she was there too.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call for Municipal Council Workshop Session, July 13, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz. Here. Councilwoman Khan. Here. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Khalid.
Here.
Councilman Mendez.
Good evening, Paterson. Present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims. Councilman Rivera. Councilman Velez. Madam President.
Present. Madam Clerk, can you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Madam President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2020 to 2022, meeting date July 13, 2021, time 6:30 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2021 to 2022 and or about July 1, 2021. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2021 to 2022 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2021 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, the Arabic Voice, Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Crusader International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, and Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2021 to 2022 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcement of this type. 4, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2021 to 2022 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Madam President.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Madam Clerk,
You're welcome.
at this time, I'll take a motion for payment of bills.
Council President, summary of disbursements, total payment of $10,475,405.92. There is no payment to solid waste. I recommend it get paid.
Discussion.
Question?
Second?
Sure.
Oh, he seconded.
Madam
but-
Clerk, 1 second, Councilwoman.
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am.
Moved by Councilman Kalik, second by Councilman Mendez. Councilwoman Cotton, discussion?
Yes. My only question I have, on the payment of bills is that when we pay half-tax, I see half-tax is on here. I just would like to know what sewer lines they worked on. The payment is almost 400,000. I'm just trying to see if some of my sewer breaks are getting done in my ward, because I have so many of them.
So, Councilwoman, so your question is directed to the BA or to the CFO?
To both of them.
Yes, Council
But
President.
I just
BA?
want to make sure that when I see that, if you can just let us know what sewer breaks they're repairing and what area they are.
Sure.
'Cause it's-
Council President, thank you. And
Okay.
Councilwoman, I can get you that list of which ones these are, and I'll see if we can set up that pattern so that when it appears on the bills list, you'll know.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Council President.
1 second. Councilman
Sure.
Mendez?
Thank you, Madam VP, Madam President, sorry. Madam VP, I have a quick question, just 2 questions. The first one, it's, we have on page 101, we have $40,000 on consultant service. Can you elaborate that numbers down? I don't have any copy of those 40,238 on the package I was looking at. That's the question number 1. And the auto leasing to Wells Fargo for $73,863. I don't see any copy or any invoice for those 2 bills.
I would have to ask our CFO to, in particular, about which department is the auto leasing. It's likely either fire or police, but we can,
Correct, you got the number, you got the 2 number, right?
yeah, let's see if we,
I'm
All right.
sorry, sir. Sir, you can't take the list. Did you sign in? That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to sign in. Okay, I thought you signed in. I see you signing various times. Okay. Mr. CFO?
Yes.
You're talking about the 41,014 management for substance abuse?
Okay.
Is that page 101, the 41,229? That's for a grant.
Correct. And page 103, 73,863.
No, the guy is like right.
That's a lease for a fire vehicle.
All right. Thank you, Madam President.
Council President.
Councilwoman Mims?
Just a question, I'm not to the BA or CFO. There's a payment to the Brooklyn Nets in the amount of $1,250. It's on page 2 of 3. Can you explain why we're paying the Brooklyn Nets? Or did we buy tickets to go to a show or something?
Madam BA?
Council President, may I?
6301.
So it's through the Division of Recreation, Todd Dobie League. We participate in a championship game that's usually held at the Barclays Center. And we purchase tickets for our students to attend the Brooklyn Nets game.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Council President?
Councilman Abdulaziz, and Madam Clerk, after Councilman Abdulaziz speaks, roll call, please.
Thank you, Council President. Just real quick, Madam BA, I guess, or CFO, I don't have a question. On page 6, I'm looking at travel and conference. We paid $1,881, very minimal, but the conference was at the Ramada Plaza in Totowa, which is the next town over. Why are we staying overnight for $1,881? I understand if it were,
Atlantic City.
I mean, I would have to, Councilman, I would have to look at exactly which one. It might be something that, you know, that was a requirement of, a lot of it is for certain grants, there's certain requirements. I would have to look at that one up for you.
just give me an inquiry. No, we're not looking to defend right now, but Totowa, some people live far further traveling to work if they live on one side of town, if they're on the hill, Totowa's right next to us, so, thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes, ma'am.
On payment of bills.
Roll call for payment of bills amount of $10,475,405.92. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just before my vote, just for the record, as you all know, I've been very concerned about overtime. If we look all the year-to-date overtime, every line item, it's exceeding the amount versus last year. When the mayor was a council member, he was very vocal against overtime. And I don't see the administration putting a stop on the overtime. And the biggest concern that I have is that we're receiving less and less services, and we pay more and more money in overtime into all the different departments. And that's something that I'm hoping that the administration look into, because when it comes to recycling, Roselli, and any department, the community is crying out there for the lack of services that this administration is being providing. Unfortunately, we got to vote because we have to pay bills. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
So before I vote, this vote is in the amount of $10,475,405.92. But in this payment of bills, we're paying payroll to our employees of $4,682,609.93, with other expenses that have been verified and they're clearly outlined. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So at this time, there is a discussion that we have scheduled and a presentation. So, okay. Madam BA, today's discussion is going to be led by
Council President,
Mr. Mayor.
thank you for affording me this opportunity to speak. Our discussion today relative to the cannabis issue, providing an overview, will be our Deputy Economic Development Director, Osner Charles.
Okay, thank you very much. So Osner, before he begins, I want the community to know that cannabis has become legal in the state of New Jersey. Cannabis has become legal in the state of New Jersey. A little over a month ago, I had reached out to the administration that we needed to start a conversation since there is a deadline that's approaching in regards to where we go and what position this city will take. I repeated twice, cannabis is legal in the state of New Jersey, to let you know that it is legal in Paterson. Therefore, we, the council, along with the administration and with all of you, will determine what we would like to see done. Opting out of something may not necessarily be the way to go, since it is already legal. We have no say. If we opt out of it, then we will not be able to regulate what we want to see in our city. And with that said, I'll leave it there. I held a meeting with the mayor and the administration, with our police chief and our fire chief and the director of public safety, our captain of narcotics, our sergeant of ABC, and it was a great conversation in addition to representatives of the, sent by the superintendent of our district. We want everyone at the table. But again, 76% of the people in the city of Paterson voted to legalize cannabis. So with that said, we'll pause right now, and we will have Osner Charles begin his presentation on cannabis.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Good evening, distinguished council members and the residents of the great city of Paterson. It's actually a pleasure to be here before you to talk to you with regards to cannabis in the city of Paterson. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to give a brief overview of what cannabis, of the role of the city of Paterson with regards to cannabis, if it's accepted, if it's passed through the council, what it would look like in the city of cannabis. So in the city of Paterson. So this is just an overview. And you guys have some legislation that was presented to you guys, and we can definitely discuss that as well. But this is just a brief overview to educate the city council members that I wasn't able to sit down with one-on-one, and to educate the general public at large. All right, as you guys heard, the mayor said on November the 3rd, 2020, the state overwhelmingly supported cannabis. Believe it or not, the same statistics that we have here in the city of Paterson, which is 67% of the population voted for cannabis, is reflective of the state. It's 100% reflective of the state. So, impact zones. City of Paterson is considered an impact zone. What are impact zones? I guess that's really the main question. Impact zones are the places that was hardest hit by the war on drugs. And the war on drugs, as we all know, has been raged against black and brown communities. So therefore, the state has given the city of Paterson an opportunity to be a part of this cannabis industry. The goal is 25% of the licenses are designated to impact zones. So the city of Paterson is one of those impact zones. Believe it or not, there's only 2 cities in Passaic County as a whole. So you have Passaic City and you have the city of Paterson that can benefit from the cannabis industry. Each impact zone has at least 2 licenses. The priority will be given only to impact zones first. So we have the right of first refusal. Again, there is another option where the city council has the opportunity to opt out of the cannabis. Yes, ma'am?
I'm sorry for interrupting.
Not a problem.
Great start, but none of us have a copy of it. I know it's up there. Does anyone have a hard copy?
As a matter of fact, everything that I'm mentioning is actually in the ordinance. So I just put it in bullet points so that way I can communicate the key points.
But Council President, if you want us to furnish a copy for every council member, we can do that as well.
Okay, well, I have some council members asking me, so.
Correct.
Okay.
That's not a problem.
Let us try to get, okay, very well.
Council-
Continue, and my apologies.
No problem. You still have your copy, Councilwoman Cotton?
Council President,
Councilman-
through the chair, Council President. please.
Councilman, that is why I asked. I'm sorry, why are we clapping? I'm sorry, why are we clapping?
I don't know, but
No,
Council
so
President.
excuse me for a minute. I really want to run this meeting in order. And if I asked where the copy was, it is obvious that Councilwoman Cotton got a copy, I guess, from... Okay, we all have information, Councilwoman. I was specifically asking about this presentation. I'm sorry, sir, what did you just put on the rail?
Yes, this is information provided by scientists.
Okay, sir, we cannot, you cannot. Oh, my God.
Point of order, Council President.
We need to remove that from the ledge, please. Thank you, Director. Okay, so Continue with the presentation. Let us get a copy of it, okay? Thank you very much. Continue.
Not a problem.
We will have order here in this chambers today. We will have order in the chambers today. Whoever does not follow the rules and regulations of this council will be removed today. So I ask you to please let the gentleman speak and make his presentation. Okay. Mr. Charles, continue your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. So there's 6 types of licenses. So the 6 different types of licenses. The first one is the cultivation license. The second one is manufacturing. The third one is wholesale. The fourth one is distribution. The fifth one is retail. And the sixth one is delivery. So now I'm going to break down what each license means. So the first license is the cultivation license. That allows a licensee to grow cannabis, sell cannabis, transport cannabis to wholesalers and manufacturers. The only thing that they are unable to do is sell to end users. So a cultivation center, believe it or not, there's one that already exists here in the city of Paterson. We already have a cannabis medical dispensary here in the city of Cannabis. So ultimately, the decision...
The city...
Excuse me, the city of Paterson. So ultimately, we've already bought into cannabis as a whole. So this class 1 is the cultivation license. So the manufacturing license, what is it? It's the manufacturers. They process, they prepare, they package cannabis products. They turn the flowers into oils. They are permitted to transport from point A to point B. However, they are unable to sell to end users. So basically, residents and people can't go to a manufacturer to purchase cannabis. The wholesaler license. So the wholesaler license, they're allowed to purchase in bulk. And they are allowed to transfer from point A to point B. And again, they are not allowed to sell to end users. So it's not a store. Somebody can't go there. And distribution as a whole is all about logistics. This is about transportation, where there's a company or a licensee will be able to deliver cannabis in bulk from point A to point B. Also, one of the key points when it comes to distribution, because these are on huge barrels, they may or may not temporarily store the cannabis while they transport it from point A to point B. And number 5, which I think is really the point of contingency, is the retailer license. A cannabis retailer is also known as a dispensary license. They're able to purchase from manufacturers and wholesalers and cultivators, and they are allowed to sell to end users. Delivery services. So delivery services, they provide courier services to dispensaries. The city cannot prohibit the delivery service license. The city cannot prohibit its constituents from receiving cannabis. So let's say, for example, we were to opt out completely. That means another municipality would be able to deliver their cannabis to somebody here in the city of Paterson. So let's just use any municipality. James World. If the person lives in James World and they order the cannabis because it's legal in the state, they can have it delivered to their home in Paterson. Taxation. So let's talk about taxation. So taxation to me is probably one of the most important parts when it comes to making an educated decision as to what the city of Paterson, what direction the city of Paterson is going to go in. Because believe it or not, again, Council President, you've stated it. It is legal in the state of New Jersey. It's whether we become a part of it or we opt out and miss completely on the benefits. And here are some of the benefits in taxation. Some of the benefits the municipality has is we are able to tax up to 7%. So 2% from the cultivators, 2% from the manufacturers, 1% from wholesalers, and 2% from retailers. And if you look to the left of the slide, it really breaks it down. So it's up to $10 per ounce if the average ounce is $350, and that's from the retail side. So up to $30 per ounce if the average ounce is up to $250 to $350, and so on. And you can see $40, and as it grows, you could go all the way up to $60 per ounce if the average ounce falls below $200. So the local power to opt out. Any ordinance enacted prior to the bill signing on February 22nd, 2021 is null and void. The city of Paterson has 180 days after the bill signed to make a decision, and that decision is rapidly approaching. Saturday, August the 21st, 2021, the city of Paterson has had to make a decision as to what direction it will go in. A failure to take action within 180 days results in cultivation, wholesale distribution being allowed in industrial zones and retail sales in commercial corridors. That means that if we do not act before this time, one way or another, the state now becomes the complete benefactor of cannabis sales in the state. We do not benefit at all from the taxes. We don't benefit at all. I just want to make that clear. If we do not choose one way or another, we do not receive any of the benefits which they created, these impact zones where the city of Paterson is highly populated by black and brown people. So the next opportunity to opt out will be in 5 years. So 5 years from August 21st, 2021, 5 years from then, we'll have that option to either act or opt out or do nothing again. The local powers. So the city of Paterson may designate licenses. So we do not have to choose all 6 licenses. It's a la carte. You can have it your way. You can choose all 6, you can choose 1, you can choose 3, you can choose 5. The option is there for us. We may establish caps on the licenses. So we don't have to do 10 licenses for each category. We can minimize it. That's up to our legislative body to make that decision in conjunction with our administration. It is totally up to the legislative body to make that decision. The municipality may impose a separate local licensing or endorsement requirement as part of restrictions on the number of establishments. Again, we have the opportunity. We can maintain the time, place, and manner of zoning. So when we start talking about having cannabis here, the previous slide, I was able to share that we will have no control over where these cannabis places, where these cannabis establishments go. However, if we make a decision, we can determine where they go. We can determine the location and the zones. Right now, if we do not act one way or another, that means that they can run wild through our city. If we make a decision collectively, we can say where they can or where they can't go. And again, we cannot regulate the delivery services. So once a delivery establishment, a company, a licensee receives their license from the state, there's nothing that we can do about stopping them from operating in our city. Because again, cannabis is legal throughout the state of New Jersey. So civil penalty for public smoking / vaping. The city of Paterson may prohibit public consumption. We have the opportunity at this particular point to make a decision as to where when, and how. The City of Paterson may enact an ordinance imposing a civil penalty up to $200 for somebody who violates whatever we put forth. Municipal involvement in the licensing process. So how it would work is 14 days, we would have 14 days after the state approves a licensee. They would contact us to say, hey, this is where this licensee is interested in coming. They're interested in setting up shop in the City of Paterson, and we have 14 days to reply. So ultimately, we are not selecting, we are not choosing who these licenses go to. They go to the state first, and then we have the right of first refusal to say, hey, this person, because this person's application does not meet our expectations. And of course, we will create our own application and we'll have our own expectations. So we can meet with the different potential licensees. We can meet with them and determine whether their business model fits what we're looking for here in the City of Paterson. Law enforcement. So again, the war on drugs was raised in black and brown communities, and the number one reason why police officers were stopping some of these people was because they smelled cannabis. That was the beginning of the search and everything else that could potentially go wrong in a police stop. So basically what's happening now is the smell of cannabis is no longer reasonable suspicion because it is now legal. First-time arrest for intent to distribute small amounts without a license must be punished by written warning. So treatment, the other day we had the school district here with us, and the question was about the treatment of underage users. So any person under 21 years old is not capable of purchasing cannabis from a dispensary. They're not. Point blank. They cannot. So the odor of marijuana cannot constitute reasonable suspicion, and it cannot be, and one cannot be arrested, detained, or taken into custody because of odor or because of cannabis anymore. Records must be destroyed, deleted on the second anniversary following the date of the violation, or not later than the last day of the month, which the second anniversary of the date falls. So ultimately, if you get a written warning, that written warning goes away after the second year, as long as you're not in violation again. Penalties for underage possession and consumption. Again, if you are younger than 21 years of age, you cannot purchase marijuana, but if you are found with it, no different than people of 21 years of age, they've been found with tobacco products on them. They've been found with alcohol on them. These are some of the same things that happen. So I'm not here to say whether it's right or wrong, but I just want to make the correlation, all right? Children have very crafty ways of figuring out how to get what it is that they want. So the civil penalty is $50. Under 18 years old, it's a first offense, it's a written warning. The second offense is a written warning again, and the third offense is up to $50 in community service and it will be covered by municipal summons as well. So with that being said, this is a clear overview of what cannabis looks like, what the responsibilities of the municipality is, and the authority that the municipality has. So with that being said, that is the end of my presentation. Hopefully it was educational, and if you have any questions or any comments, I would love to answer it for you.
Okay, so to my colleagues, first, I want to thank you very much for that presentation.
Not a problem.
I am looking forward to all of us getting a copy of that presentation. I know what we have before us in terms of ordinance, but I think that I am going to do something different. So to my colleagues, please bear with me right now. We have a full-packed house here. I want to hear from the constituency. So therefore, Madam Clerk, I'd like you to collect the list after Councilman, are you going to speak, Councilman McCoy?
Yes, Madam President.
No, are you going to speak? I just wanted to know, because I'm taking the list. Madam Clerk, please, Joan, I'd like you to take the list. Okay. Madam Clerk?
Council President.
These are going to be the rules to this meeting today. Can I have everyone's attention? Okay. You have a pen? Yeah. To everyone in the audience who has signed in, when you come to the microphone, you have a 3-minute limit. In addition, you will have to state your full name and your address. Once again, Madam Clerk, once the last person signs, I'd like to please make sure that all names, I'd like their addresses as well. Okay? To some of the individuals that are here today that did not come here to discuss cannabis and have other reasons why you're here, I'm going to please ask to bear with us today. Please don't leave because your items are as important as well. Hey, Raquel, nice to see you. Madam Clerk, the last person to sign is the imam. The last person to sign is the imam. Mr. Rucker, I know you signed, right, Mr. Rucker? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. The list is now closed. Once again, we're going to have order in the chambers. Once again, I will repeat myself. Okay, so once again, I will repeat myself. Everyone has 3 minutes. Whatever discussion you want to have and address the council and the administration, you will come to the microphone and you will state your name and your full address. Madam Clerk, how many speakers on the list?
Joan has the other copies. I'll let you know in a few.
Okay.
Would you like me to begin with the first speaker? In the meantime?
Yes, in the meantime, let's call the first speaker.
Okay, the public portion is now open. Our first speaker, Mr. Abdul Ali. Please state your name and address for the record.
Abdul Ali. I lived in Paterson 68 years. You still need an address?
Sir, I said that everyone will state their address.
240 23rd Avenue, Paterson, New Jersey.
Thank you very
He
much.
gave a good speech, but he didn't say nothing about addiction.
Okay.
He said nothing about addiction. This thing is about killing our children. Your grandkids, my grandkids. Just for $1. $1. Money is more important than human life right now. And I'm not a counselor, but you know what? I've been there. I got a medallion here. 31 years. This August be 32. I go to detoxes, rehabs, and talk to children about addiction. Why do you speak on that, my brother? Let me tell you something. You gotta make a moral decision. A moral decision. A creative decision. Because if you don't, you're violating the human value of who we are. I wanted to come and give a speech. I ain't doing all that. I'm gonna give you the truth. You sitting in that chair to take care of business for society or for humanity. Do that. Don't let $1 bill get you to lose your sense of direction. Because this country is based on economics, not humanity. And I'm gonna say something to you. You know what the first drug was that gave them humanity? Was a lie. And they've been lying to us for years. We just left one that just left the presidency for lying and being disrespectful. Don't put yourself in that same category when it comes to our children. Because they can start smoking that cannabis now. Another thing, let me go. Back in the day when I was smoking marijuana, it was marijuana. I don't know what the hell they're smoking now. And that stuff will tear their brain up. They're already crazy. I watched the program with the mayor talking about killing. You know why we killing? The country started fighting. This country started with fighting. It's violent. It's ending in fighting. So with this cannabis, it's gonna be the same thing. And I want the board to give it to the school board and sit down and see can we get a course on addiction. Because if you don't have a course on addiction, our children will get caught out. And when you had that, you said something about people on the board, put me on the board with you, with this. I got experience in this thing. And our children are very, very important. Do you understand what I'm saying, sister? So I want all y'all to make that moral, godly decision to say no. Because we don't need no money to be killing our children voluntarily. And this is ain't nothing but human genocide. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, second speaker, please.
Yes, Madam President, there are 26 speakers we have on the list. Next speaker is Kerry Wiles. Please state your name and address for the record.
So, Kerry Wiles, that address is 437 East 33rd, Paterson, New Jersey, 07504.
Thank you.
Good? Okay. So I have one question, two statements. My first statement, just to add on the FSO, as he was speaking about the money, right? So, of course, you know that Rise Dispensaries is right there, is right up the street, right? Every month, the city of Paterson gets anywhere between $22,000 to up to $30,000 in taxes from that one dispensary, right? So, just to say, right, if we do decide to add more, we could, in fact, have more money for those youth services that we need. We could have more money for the fire truck that we just had to lease on city money, right? So
I'm sorry, while he's speaking, no one else can speak. Go ahead.
thank you. That's my first statement. My second statement, I just want to say thanks to the mayor. It took me a month to get on your schedule, and I'm only saying this because you're here. 21st at 1300. Don't cancel on me again, please. Kerry Wiles.
I'm looking forward to our meeting.
You're busy.
Yes,
You're
thank you.
busy. You're
Thank
busy.
you.
So I'm a veteran of 23 years. I just retired last year. I'm a business owner, and I am definitely trying to get into the cannabis business, right? So my question is, and the mayor prior to you, he endorsed Rise, right? That's why I'm going to talk to you on that Tuesday. But for the zoning, I was also wondering, will there be some sort of concessions done for minorities trying to get into the business, women, Black, Hispanic, veterans, you know, disabled veterans like myself, trying to get into the business, because of course we have the social equity aspect of this, right? We can't compete with all those big boys. We just can't, right? On the last round of licenses, they asked for folks who were serious about it to lease commercial space, retail space, whatever it is, and those spaces were upwards of $30,000, $40,000 per month. I don't have that, right? So what would really help in the licensing process is if whoever it is, if it's the mayor, if you appoint somebody else to vet folks like myself who are utterly serious about this, and then endorse our license so that we can make it to the review board and have our stuff in front of the CRC because just having your letter, sir, is worth 30 points out of 900. It's a long way to go, but it can help, right? And it's not that it's all about the money. Is my time up? So thank you.
Thank you. See you on the 21st.
Thank you very much. Mayor, don't be cutting into the time. 'cause
Council President,
remember, there's 3 minutes.
He referred to me, Council President.
Okay.
And just as a point of clarification, RISE is actually December of 2019, so I was the mayor. Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Point of order.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, James Brown. Please state your name and address for the record.
How everybody doing? Thank you. My name is James Brown, 232 Jefferson Street, Paterson, New Jersey. I'm here to speak about the cannabis, and I also I'm glad that I found out that Josh spent $1,200 on that when I can't get $5 for a cookout. But thank y'all anyway. I love everyone. Thank Lisa and everybody that I know. Praise God. The cannabis. I've been addict for 40 years in Paterson. I done been on dope, coke, crack, weed, and everything all my life. I just came to the decision to clean my life up and try to help the community. So I'm here to strive to get some information about the community. The money, everybody know that they're gonna make money. Everybody know they're gonna make money. Like he said, the taxes could come into Paterson, New Jersey. We need some taxes to come in Paterson, New Jersey. We've been impacted by this cannabis, by charges after charges after charges. You know, is the black and the brown people gonna get some of that money? Is the black and the brown people gonna get some jobs at these places? And as far as the weed being a drug, the weed that's out here, the cannabis that's out here is killing us anyway. So I think that we need some homegrown stuff. That's what I'm talking about. Some stuff that don't got fentanyl in it. Some stuff that don't got Percocets in it and Xanax in it, because when I was a dope fiend, you couldn't tell I was a dope fiend, but these kids are smoking this weed that's out on the street and they looking crazy, so they need a dispenser to give them some good stuff. All right, this is coming from an addict of 40 years. You know what I mean? Born in Christopher Columbus Projects, I know all about drug. I've been to rehabs and all that other stuff. The weed on the streets is killing the people. The black and the brown people. The North Mains, the East Sides, and Montgomery Parks, and the Fourth Ward, and the dirt is all over the place. When you see somebody with a blunt in their mouth, they look like they've been shooting dope for 30 years. That's the fentanyl. That's the stuff that's being inside of it. So I'm with the dispensers, I'm with the jobs, I'm with the community of saving the community, because the weed out here is killing my people, our children, our grandchildren. That's the first drug that people grab. It wasn't me, but most children grab that first in their experience, and the fentanyl catch them so fast, it just may kill them. The Percocets give them addiction. We're not crying about the doctors passing out all these opioids.
There you go.
You know what I mean? That's getting everybody addicted with all the chemicals in it. Why is they such against the dispenser when they say that it's good weed? You know what I mean? I'd rather have some good weed than the bad weed, because the bad weed is killing my people. So I agree with the dispensers. I hope that y'all know that if your children, your grandchildren, get on this so-called drug that came from the earth. It ain't no chemical sprayed on it. It ain't no fentanyl crushed in it. There ain't no Percocets in it. And you know where they getting it from. Not from the homie on the streets. Peace and blessings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Mr. Brown. It's very nice seeing you today. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker, Eric Fry. Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm sorry. Who's speaking? Okay.
How many lists you have?
Okay. Well,
There's 2 lists?
I'm sorry. Hold on. Why was there a list downstairs?
I distinctly told security that there will not be a signing list downstairs today. The signing list will be here because everyone is coming to the chambers. I don't know why there's a list downstairs.
Who authorized the list downstairs?
I don't know.
I didn't see
Okay. Okay.
Can somebody get that list?
There's a list
Okay.
up here.
Please,
Council
if I may-
President, if you may, if you could ask anyone sign in downstairs, if not, maybe the gentleman will let Raquel speak and we'll rectify that situation.
Oh, okay, okay. One second.
I gotta find parking when I leave here. I got here at 6.
Okay. Just-
Hi.
Okay.
I appreciate you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fry, correct? Fry? Eric Fry? Okay. Thank you very much for that. Madam Clerk, if you could just update that list to add
Raquel Amador, 4th Ward, Riverside,
full address. I've requested for everyone to do
91
it.
Butler Street.
That's good. That's good. Okay. Yes. You can
You
begin.
ready? I'ma go. Keep up. We know I'm leaving. Gotta find parking. Alexander Hamilton Academy. There's a daycare, there's Panther Academy. I was on the phone all week with New Jersey Transit, getting disconnected to see if it would be a 3-agency personnel thing to deal with the homelessness. Paterson Public Schools, the city, and the shelters, and New Jersey Transit. What are we gonna do? 6-year-old the other morning, hey, put your penis away. We don't wanna see that. We don't wanna see that. What can we do? Where are the shelters? Let them come, show me your data. What are you doing with them? Rehab, what are you doing with them? PSCNG, again, my roads, come on, I'm gonna need you to become a Karen. I'm gonna need you to get some money back for the city. I'm gonna need some refunds from Roselle. They messing up. If I mess up, I get fined. I mess up, I get a ticket. I need you to become a Karen, run a household. Like, where's my money? You want a job? Do it. It's millions. And there's garbage all over. Again, I want DPW to clarify your job for everybody so we're not, oh, DPW, come do this. Oh, no. Give us what you do so we can help you help us. I'm glad that the police are coming through Highland Street and Park Place and helping the garbage company get the garbage. That's helped a lot. Appreciate that. Loitering. Can we get some laws on loitering? Come on. We gotta work something out. Yeah, we're a city, but are we a 24-hour city like New York City? No, let's figure it out. If I can't cross the bridge and exit Paterson and see 10 people outside a bodega, laundromat, or whatever, it shouldn't be allowed here. Let's put some rules and regulations as to where you can hang out at. Let's help the inspectors bring up the city's buildings. You can have 10 tables, you're not outside. Fine, better. Like I said, become a gatherer, become a Karen. Get me some money back, get me some money back. And I want you all to take notice as to what we are big mad about. What we're big mad about. We're not big mad about the roads. We're not big mad about the garbage. This is what we're coming out because we're big mad. I'd rather smoke a blunt than get hooked on some Percocets, some Valiums, or whatever the hell else that they're giving out. Just because a doctor gives it to you does not always mean it is right for you. We have to look at the sides, all sides, the bigger picture, not just the right now picture, the bigger picture. Again, you know how I do. Work together, find the balance. This is for us. This is not for you right now. This is for the bigger picture. This is for my kids if we choose to stay here. And if you're gonna line your pockets, don't make it so obvious. Come on. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Love you guys.
Thank you very much, Raquel. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Janelle Caraballo.
Eric Fry, Mr. Fry.
That's me. How everybody doing? My name is Eric Fry, a lifelong resident of Paterson, New Jersey. I'm also a cannabis, marijuana legal patient also.
Are you a current resident?
Yes, I am. I'm a lifelong resident of Paterson. My residence is 300 Hamilton Avenue, Paterson, New Jersey.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm disabled. I'm also a single father, raising a 14-year-old son. My son was diagnosed with behavior disorder. I had to fight to get him off of psychotropic drugs. My son's mother passed away from pharmaceutical drugs. She had cancer. So I'm for cannabis. It's helped me, it helped my life, and got me through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fry. Believe it or not, that takes a lot of courage, what you just did. Thank you for that. Madam Clerk, next
Yes,
speaker.
next speaker, Janelle Caraballo.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, council
evening,
members,
Commissioner.
and good evening, residents. It's a pleasure for me
I'm
to
sorry,
be-
repeat the address again?
Oh, I could put my-
I can't hear you.
I sound so muffled. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure being here with all you today. Thank you for your time. My name is Jamali Caravaggio. I live in the 5th Ward, 28 18th Avenue, Paterson, New Jersey, 07513, if you will. I am an employee of a cannabis dispensary here in the city of Paterson. It's a great honor for me to help people day to day. I see day-to-day people who come to the dispensary seeking all types of relief. The relief right now that they most seem to be is from pain and anxiety, right? These are average people, including from adult professionals, teachers, medical professionals, and so on and so forth, and elderly people as well, who are seeking medical relief through cannabis. We're doing it in a safely dispensary. Yes, they could buy it off the streets, of course, and which is very unsafe to do, as we all know, because we do not have any, it's not going through processing how we have in our dispensary. I want everyone to know here the knowledge and guarantee and quality of the safety of the product that they're buying in our store. For me, knowledge is most importantly. If you're not knowledgeable about cannabis, please pick up a book, educate yourself before having your own advice about it. There is no hiding or shame in the need of cannabis, and I feel privileged to be helpful in my community. And I know some gentlemen were speaking about cannabis being a gateway drug. Cannabis is not a gateway drug. That is not true. There are laws that create the gateway. There's laws that create way different drugs, harsher rather, than cannabis. When people purchase cannabis from elite dealers who sell the drugs, they're exposed to offend-ready access, and these other are more dangerous drugs and addictive. So when adults can openly and legally acquire cannabis like liquor, there's no exposure to the black market and harder drugs to sell out there. And I want to say thank you again for your time. My name is Jameli, and I am at, whoever needs me, I'm here, I'm available if you need me. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Khalid Ahmed. State your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Good evening, guys.
Good
Khaled
evening.
Ahmed, 115 Gold Ave, Paterson, New Jersey. So my name is Khaled Ahmed, and I'm the Assistant General Manager at Rise Dispensary. I was born and raised in Paterson, and I still live in Paterson to this day. In the nearly 3 years of working with Rise, we have not had any problems with crime. Since the opening of Rise Dispensary, we have had no police incidents or crime activity on the property. In fact, the neighboring businesses around us actually support us being there because of how high-tech our surveillance systems are. Due to this reason of high-quality surveillance system, both inside and out, the bad guys have no reason to congregate outside or commit any act of crime. There's no point in trying to rob or burglarize a dispensary, and all of our products are kept into a DEA-designed vault. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Next speaker.
Sorry. Next speaker, Crystal Pierria. And I see Yesenia Love. Both people sign on the same line. Are they together?
Are they together?
We're speaking separately. I just missed the line. She's after me.
Okay, so Crystal can come.
Good evening, Council. My name is Crystal Pereira. I'm at 255 Governor, 4th Ward. I am a citizen, a resident, and also an employee of Rise, also a homeowner in this area. And I'm here to speak about my experience as an employee and also as a resident working at Rise, also being a parent, all of these things combined, and how I am in support of the dispensary in Paterson and going forward. The safety that it provides as far as employment, the products, the knowledge that is available to other Pattersonians and other patients that like to come and purchase, and the safety that they're buying it somewhere that is regulated and not off of the street for the relief that they're seeking. It is not the stigma that we have always thought it to be or the gateway drug that we once thought it was. I remember being in DARE as a child and then saying, marijuana is a gateway drug. And now as an adult with life experiences and working where I work and the knowledge that I've gained, I can say that that is incorrect. Many of our patients are everyday people, grandparents, teachers, people that just want relief. Maybe they just want to be able to walk outside or play with their children. These are people that struggle every day with whatever illness they may have. They are our veterans, our firemen, regular everyday people that are going through their own challenges, and this is the medication that they have chosen to seek relief from. Now, of course, we have rights and access to medical relief, but the drugs that are recommended may not always be the best thing in your note of. For example, I have a back injury. The very first thing my doctor recommended to me was prescription drugs instead of saying go to physical therapy. I am 30 years old. I did not want to be on naproxen and a bunch of painkillers at 30. So this is just a difference in what people can have and access to life, also a place to work. As a Patersonian, I think it's amazing to be able to say I can walk to my employment, I can be able to pick up my children from school, I don't have to worry about finding a job where that isn't availability. My city is actually providing an employment for me. Not only is it somewhere safe, it's somewhere where I'm meeting patients, we're making a difference in people's lives. Some of these very residents that come through our very doors every day. Just for the city to take that into consideration, the things that we offer, the knowledge, and just the relief that we're seeking, not only for residents, but other people that come to Paterson seeking medication. Many of our patients don't even live in the area. They drive as far as 2 to 3 hours, even coming as far as from Sussex to seek relief. And Paterson is the very first dispensary that is the closest to them. Not only are they willing to come to Paterson, which is not something we normally see of visitors from far towns, but they're also investing money. They not only come and pick up their medication, but they may be spending money at our local store. For example, Tony's down the road. Maybe you stopped in and got a bagel. Maybe you did other things and you're like, you know what, Paterson is not what I think it is. And a lot of people do have that notion, but part of our company is to change that stigma of what our city looks like, and that's not what people should expect when they hear the word Paterson. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker, Yesenia Lalos.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Yesenia Laluz. I'm the resident of Paterson, born and raised. I live at 121 North 7th, Paterson, New Jersey. I'm speaking on teen marijuana use. I am a full-time also at Rise Dispensary. I've been there for more than a year. For me, I have a daughter that's becoming a teenager. I'm a single parent. I just feel that to express the marijuana to her, I just feel like it's important because I feel like the issue of the teenage abuse is very important to me. Teenage marijuana is already a fact in life in the community itself. Children need to be taught the fact about all drugs and the difference between medical use and abuse. We allow doctors to prescribe, methamphetamine. We have them prescribe morphine, but for me, it's just not a way to go. We teach these young people drugs and medical purposes. We can do the same thing with marijuana. We can teach how this can help, for the future for them. We are showing teens that cannabis is a medicine. Those who affect and safely teach them what's the difference between the medical marijuana and between the methamphetamine that these doctors prescribe to these people. Also, too, my mother is a cancer survivor since '99. I'm sorry. And it was very hard for her to get off these meds that she was taking. Once I got into the cannabis industry, I got her to get a medical card, and she feels 10 times better. It's not only with producing, with smoking. You can get it edibles, you can get it in oil, you can get it in cream, lotion, whatever it can help them. It doesn't have to consume only with rolling a blunt. And for her, it's been, for many, many years, since '99, for her to take something as morphine or anything that's stronger, that's addicting, and to see the change in her, and to see her walk and able to do things, and to play with my daughter, it's important to me. So for me, that's everything for me, to see her happy. Also too, in 2015, 80% of teens has been less accessible for teens to get hands on this cannabis out from the street. I know cannabis is considered easily to get, but for me, with this being involved in the cannabis industry, I feel like it should be a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker, Dennis Johnson.
He's going to repeat it.
Johnson.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Dennis Johnston. I'm from 17 Tamara Lane in Cornwall, New York. I'm the general manager at GTI Paterson production facility. I have extensive experience working in a variety of manufacturing industries, including cannabis cultivation, manufacture, and production. I've joined GTI cultivation team in July 2020, where I have under my direction 40 full-time employees. These include lab, packaging, manufacturing, labeling, harvest, and cultivation experts, security and maintenance teams as well. The starting salary is $16 per hour with full benefits and advancement opportunities, as we always seek to promote from within. They're not only good paying jobs, but career opportunities for many. GTI's technical training is robust and very specific to the tasks assigned. We do this in order to maintain GTI's national reputation as a leader in the cannabis industry. Currently, the cultivation manufacturing facility is undergoing a 25,000 square foot expansion to be completed by the end of the year. This means hiring 20 to 25 full-time new employees with all benefits offered by the company. I am very fortunate to have the opportunity to work with this company, to be part of this new and exciting industry. I hope the council members and leadership of the City of Paterson see the importance of preserving and encouraging this type of industry and to vote yes on the ordinance to allow adult cannabis in the City of Paterson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Next speaker is like Alonzo Colazo. I'm not sure of the first name. Colazo?
Is it Edgar Colazo?
Okay.
Oh, Alexson. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't understand the name.
Good evening. Thank you so much, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Alexson Kojasus. I represent GTI. I'm at 52 Fairfield Street in Montclair, New Jersey. And as I mentioned, I do represent GTI. So in November 2020, 66% of New Jersey residents voted yes to the referendum that allow the legalization of adult recreational in use of cannabis. In February of this year, the legislation was signed, and among many of the provisions on this legislation, it also included the freedom and the responsibilities for municipalities to choose how they should regulate, limit, and zone the different types of cannabis licenses allowed by the legislation. This means that Paterson has a great opportunity to decide how it chooses to participate or not, growing the legal cannabis or not. This means that renowned multi-state operators like GTI New Jersey, which already successfully operates, as we heard before, can expand their footprint, providing additional employment opportunities to Paterson residents, patients across the region, and the tax advantages that will benefit the city of Paterson. It is not surprising that other communities and other companies actually are entering the industry or established entities are looking to expand and are taking a very close look at Paterson. Unfortunately, if adult cannabis is not allowed to be dispensed in Paterson, companies like GTI and many other companies looking to expand into Paterson will have to make difficult choices. Paterson unfortunately continues to suffer the consequences of the decline of the manufacturing industry of the previous years. GTI's cultivation site, located right here in Paterson,
is already to contribute to the reborn of this industry in this section. So we're not speaking just about dispensary, but the cultivation, and already, as we mentioned, the 40-plus employees that exist in the cultivation site, and the 25 that are coming, they're additional, they're coming by the end of this year. So I hope that the council really looks at this and considers saying yes to the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Next speaker, Leon Johnson.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
When you're speaking about,
I'm
Leon
sorry,
Johnson.
Leon?
Yeah, I'm a resident of Paterson, New Jersey. I live at 485 East 27th Street. I'm sitting here listening to the conversation about the dispensers and the other things. I got one question. When I grew up, we had the youth center, task force, we had the neighborhood house, we had the after-school programs, we had somewhere to go. We had somewhere to do after school. No matter what we were doing, we had something to do. And not only just that, but as a kid, they educated us, no matter what you did, there was a way to get out of it. If you was hooked on drugs whatsoever, you could go somewhere, you could come talk to us as people, and we can help you better your life. You're talking about putting the dispensers in the communities, but have you ever, I ain't heard one person say, we're gonna give them back some community centers. We're gonna give them back something that can educate them, even with dealing with mental illness, physical illness, to help them become better people. How can a kid be on a drug and don't have no way to get out of it? You don't have nobody to talk to about it. You're living in one family, you're living in one parent houses, majority of them. These kids need help. You could get men stand up, you could the street keepers, Paterson Hill, from the street to Christ, you could get all the churches in the world, but it seems like there's no more Boy Scouts, there's no more Girl Scouts in Paterson. Where are they? Where are the youth centers at? Where are they? Tell me about a dispensary, but you can't tell me about a youth center. Tell me about something to educate the kids. You don't even see them want to go to church no more. Their parents don't take them there to get help, to get leaders, to see leaders who can help them better their lives. But you could talk about a dispensary, but you can't talk about a community center. We need this in Paterson. There's no community centers in Paterson. The city needs help. We go out, you talk to the kids, you ask them, what are you doing? What are you doing? The first thing is that we don't have nothing to do but play the games and go out in the streets. The video games. This is the truth. I saw a young kid the other Friday outside on their little basketball court in the street, in the street. One thing about this street, they had parking, they had a little court there. The ball came my way. I grabbed the ball. I said, wow, y'all need a basketball. This ball is no good. The little kids said, we don't have one. I said in my mind, I said, I'm gonna get you a ball. But anyway, I went to a cookout and sponsored with the Paterson Hill and Men Stand Up and these other things that's helping the community, other programs that help in the community. They was giving out basketballs, helmets for bikes, everything. But they had them left over. They had something left over. So they volunteered me and they let me take the basketball and take back to the kids. Now I'm riding around with the basketballs in my car. I'm riding through the streets. There's not even basketball courts in the streets no more because there's no parking. They don't put them out there no more. What are we gonna do to help these kids?
So, Mr. Leon, your time is up, and there's one thing I'd like to say to you. You are correct, and these are the conversations that we have already started with the administration. Today, I did it backwards. I normally, we do get a presentation, and we as a council, we speak first, and then I allow the the public portion, but there's so many people here today that I wanted to hear from you first. So do not think that this council is not looking, that if we decide, and we don't know where we're going yet, that the first thing that we're not looking at is about recreation, it's about jobs, it's about tax relief for our homeowners who live in the city. I mean, public safety, we're looking at all these things, but I'm with you. My number one is recreation. And with that, all of the things that you've said, but I don't want to, it's not interactive right now. I need to call the next speaker, but I need you all and anyone here that thinks that we're not thinking about those things, please, I know my colleagues are all on the same page when it comes to that, okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Looking and doing is good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Next speaker, Justin Crossgale.
Good evening. How you doing? Justin Crossguy, 196 Sherman
What is
Ave,
it?
Paterson, New Jersey. Justin Crossguy. Thank you for this time. I appreciate it. So I want to start
Your
by
address?
saying 196 Sherman Ave, Paterson, New Jersey. So I just want to say I'm 100% for cannabis. I do agree with exactly what he said. I'm just going to start and change this my direction because I actually had an opportunity to come up. I played basketball. I'm from Paterson. I played Division I. I had the opportunity to go overseas professionally, playing Italy and Spain. What I would plan to do, I agree, recreation, right? So I think this can benefit. We have an opportunity to bring this to the city that can generate, it's a multi-billion-dollar business, wealth. So now we can be able to create recreation centers. I have my own logo. I have my business where I plan on. I was just talking to the mayor earlier of getting with Zone 6. They're doing real good with football. And we can do basketball. I plan on providing free camps for the kids in the summer, giving back, doing free opportunities. This will create job opportunities. When she touched on it earlier, it's not about just medical marijuana, it's smoking. It's other things. I'm a former basketball player being beat up, and it's not even for sports. It's people that have sicknesses, that have illnesses, that some products help them. It's not just weed. You have creams, you have oils, you have other alternatives. So I think this is a great opportunity because if we don't jump on this opportunity, somebody else will. Like he touched earlier, if we don't do it, other communities could come and deliver to our own community and they're gonna benefit, we're not gonna benefit. I hear people saying, I struggle with drug addiction, but they never say it was just because of medical marijuana. It's dope, coke, and everything else, pills. So, and let me just emphasize this. It is considered as medicine. It's not a drug. And it's becoming legal. So I think it's a great opportunity. I think we're going to provide, I told them earlier, we're going to have sites. We're going to do stuff in the community where you guys can educate yourself as well on certain points of it. But I think it could enhance it. I think putting this into play. And then another concern was the crowd that it could attract. It is regulated. You can't you can't OD on weed. If you go to a dispenser, it has the exact milligrams. You have to package it. You know what you're getting. You can get different things. So everything is regulated. Everything is packaged. When you go to the street, you're just gonna get what you get. So it's kind of like if we don't, get ahead of it and do it legally and try to benefit from it, what's the other alternative? 76% of the city and basically the state, like he said, follow that percentage. So if we say no to it, it's still 76% of the people that's for marijuana. So if you guys don't benefit us for the community and start building up the community, it seems like we have great things going on. We're building up great falls. But I'm just for it. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Next speaker, Mr. Ernest Rucker.
Mr. Rucker.
Mr. Rucker.
Is this somebody's key?
No, that's for.
Well, listen, look like a key to
That's for
me.
you.
That was for the.
I'm only
It's for
kidding.
invitation.
Good evening, Ernest Rucker Paterson. I'm not going to speak on cannabis tonight because I don't have enough information. The information from the presentation still does not answer some of the questions I need answered. And I believe before I make any type of decision that's this important, I need the data and the information. I did receive data from a group in Paterson, very interesting, very solid, but I need to also see the data from Paterson. Young man was just talking about recreational centers. Now, from my understanding, I need to know this. The taxes coming from this particular item, where does it go? Is it earmarked to one thing? Is it earmarked to health care and recreation and so forth? Where is this money going? I know the state has an idea that if you do nothing by the 21st, they will do it for you. Okay? So I do need this, I need more information. I'm leaning a certain way, but I want to find out what's really involved, where those jobs are going to go. You know, I'm very keen on Paterson jobs, but I need to know more information in order to be the strong voice that what either side I go on deserves. Let me talk about something that happened this weekend. A young man from Paterson went to clean the river. And you guys have been reading my Facebook. You know I've been really making a lot of noise about how dirty this city is. We cannot any longer tolerate or accept this city looking the way it looks. '76 Jasper Street. The owner is a Mr. Ali. Mr. Ali refuses to pick up, no, not that Ali, refuses to pick up his garbage, refuses to buy garbage cans, and refuses to even let the inspectors in. We must find a methodology for anyone that's dirtying this city. If there's no consequences, and let me say this, it's not just the homeowners. It's not just the property owners. It's tenants as well. It's people, our own people are dirtying the city up. We are cleaning parks, helping the city. We clean streets to help the city. But I'm gonna tell you something, I'm gonna stop cleaning if the city does not do its job. The Board of Public Works is not the pickup group for everybody's garbage. That's why we pay over $3 million or whatever we pay to the garbage company to pick up that garbage. Roselli left garbage all over the city last week. You fined them $20,000 for the first mishap. We need to fine them $60,000 for what they did to us this last week. Roselli is a contractor. And contractors must understand that if you're going to collect money, in just a minute, if you're going to collect money out of this city, then we have an accountability system that's in place to make sure that you do the right job. I want to say to the mayor, I've worked with you for the last year trying to build a bridge. We need our inspectors out there inspecting and writing tickets. I am tired of walking through the streets of Paterson and don't know what I'm going to walk in, what's going to run out of a bag. There was a video on Facebook, I think last week, where rats was running all around the street in the garbage and running across the street. It was the most disgusting video I've ever seen. And this is happening in every ward. Rats are now taking over the city of Paterson. We must come up with a plan, a solid plan, that we teach people if you do not keep your areas clean, you will pay the consequences. Ladies and gentlemen, we need y'all right now. We need this council to pull out the ordinances that's in place and make sure they have the teeth. So when the administration goes to act, they have something strong to act with. We got to stop charging people $200, $100 fines. If you hit a person as an habitual with $2,000 or $3,000, believe me, there'll be no garbage in front of their house tomorrow.
Mr. Welker?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker, Alvar McIntyre.
Good evening, my dear people.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Wonderful. I come before you today speaking to you as as a survivor of every war that has been waged on urban America. And I want to speak to the issue of this cannabis situation. I sat there and watched all the 6 different licensing, and in my 54 years of living in this city, I witnessed individuals go to jail by the thousands for every last one of those acts of those 6 different licenses that you're going to allow some out-of-town billionaires to come in and monopolize on. It's hypocritical. It's hypocritical because especially as it relates to black folks and my Puerto Rican brothers. Because our community is still dealing with the residual impact of the war on drugs. A residual impact on the war on drugs, and is due, long overdue investment in remediating the problems that the war on drugs, the black community incurred as a result of the war on drugs. And I want you all to know, for those people who are up here talking about smoking cannabis for relief, people use heroin for relief, alcohol for relief. There is a cannabis use disorder, there's an alcohol use disorder, there's an opioid use, there's a disorder for every substance on the market. Cannabis use disorder. I treat people every day as a licensed, clinical social worker operating with co-occurring disorders, directly qualified, uniquely qualified. I deal with these people every single day, and I conduct biopsychosocial assessments on people every day. And every time I ask them, how did it start, the progression, I started smoking weed and drinking at a very early age. Every client I ever had did an assessment on. That's a fact. And what we have to be careful with, because I want you all to understand this, and this is a fact, you can Google this information. Paterson ranks in the state of New Jersey 39th of New Jersey's 1,000 school districts whose adolescents and high school students report having a substance use disorder. That is far beyond brief intervention, information. They need treatment. I'm talking about adolescents and high school students. Paterson, New Jersey is 39th of 1,000 New Jersey schools who report having a substance use disorder.
Akbar, you're going to have to stand back.
A substance use disorder, and the number one reason is they have access. Access. Heroin is the number one product in our streets. Heroin. That's a fact. And they got marijuana on the block too. And we got 198 liquor stores, 3 times as many liquor stores than what's legally allowed in the city. So we are a substance-induced, drunken city. That's a fact. We are the drunkest city in the state of New Jersey. We got access to 3 times as many liquor stores in our community, and our adolescents and high school students are report having these disorders as a result of this. This is a fact. We can't be hypocritical and pass this ordinance and allow these out-of-towners to come into our community, and they talking about people coming from this place and that place to buy cannabis. They coming from this, that place, and that place and that place to buy dope every day in the community and ODing in our streets. And the question is, why is this not allowed in Total and Wayne and Clifton? They ain't having that madness. They're not having that madness. It's a problem. You are chemically dependent if you rely on any substance to function.
Thank you, Mr. Akbar.
Whether it's marijuana, opioids, alcohol, you are chemically dependent. And we can't allow that to happen in our community. You guys got a choice to make. And there's a moral choice. Or we're going to continue to go deeper and deeper into our moral decadence in this city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just for the record, If you yell in that mic, the person who is recording at the top is saying, the outside world is not going to hear you because it's going to be muffled. So that's why we're asking that you refrain from getting close and for yelling, because your message is heard here, but you want the rest of the community to hear it, they're not going to hear your message. With that said, Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker, Sheikh Shaq Mohammed.
Who?
Shaek Mohammed.
Wait. Excuse me. This is my meeting, and everyone will speak in their turn. So, Madam Clerk, who is the person that's next?
That's okay.
Sheikh Mohammed.
Is that you,
Yes, this
Imam?
is me. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I thought that, but I think that some of the people that came with him probably signed him up. Okay. Okay,
No,
one
no,
second, please. I am going to ask respectfully, please.
طيب.
No, and I understand that, and thank you very much for bringing that to the attention. This is why when I saw the gentleman remove the list, I saw him writing various names, and that's why I was saying you already signed it. So with that said, I am going to allow the imam to speak, okay?
I signed it twice,
Ma'am, let me just explain to you.
I signed it twice. So I wanted to be the last.
Kathy, that's your name, right? Kathy? Madam Clerk, what number is she?
Yes, on the next page, Madam President, Kathy Morgan signed, and then there's an Imad who signed below her name. Somebody on the next page.
Okay, so what I'm trying to explain, order please. What I'm trying to explain is I saw the gentleman who bought the info and put it on the ledge. He signed for the imam because the imam was not here.
And that is allowable, Council President.
That is allowable, Council President. It's past practice. Many people have signed it.
It is allowed.
Past practice
So
has
Ms.
allowed.
Morgan, it is allowed. What I am going to do, please strike the name after Ms. Morgan. No one is speaking. It'll be the next speaker. So my apologies, Mr. Imam Katalani.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum everybody. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most merciful, I thank you very much, my leaders, my councilmen and women, my mayor. It is an honor to be with you. And we thank you that you get the community together to come to discuss one of the most important issues for our children, for our grandchildren. I talked with my son, who is a student in medicine in Drexel, Pennsylvania. And he wrote a paper about the issue of marijuana and its misuse and others. So I asked him to help me and to talk and discuss issues together, and we came with this statement. So please, I hope that I can get the message. We in the community, regardless of our colors, ethnicities, because we have the same youth, the same children, the same sons and daughters, and the same challenges, we do not support the use and the distribution of the marijuana for several reasons. Many scientific studies have established the many harms of recreational marijuana. Studies show that marijuana increases rather than decreases the risk of mental illness, such as anxiety, depression, mania, and suicide. Marijuana negatively impacts memory, learning, and the functional integrity of the brain. It poses a harm for pregnant women and children who are exposed secondhand. Marijuana is also associated with stroke and many lung problems. Moreover, states that have legalized recreational marijuana have also found scientific association with fatal motor vehicle collisions. These are only some of the many harms of recreational marijuana. According to medical studies, recreational marijuana legalization increases the risk of cannabis use disorder among youth ages 12 to 17 and increases frequency of use among those 26 and older. The presents a potential public health concern. The establishment of Paterson as a resource of growing, processing, and distributing marijuana poses a threat to our community and city, especially our youth and children. The ease of access will inevitably increase marijuana usage. Any potential economic benefit from increasing marijuana production in our city is far outweighed by the potential harm to public health. For these reasons, we in our community, regardless of our colors or backgrounds, do not support the establishment of Paterson as a source of production and distribution of marijuana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Okay, next speaker is Sahid. I'd spell the last name. It looks like WSSAH.
That is correct.
That's you? Okay.
Good evening, everyone.
You can repeat your name, please.
Can you please repeat your name and your address for the
Sure.
record?
Thank you.
My name is Dr. Saeed Washa. My address is 6 Midwood Place, Wayne, New Jersey. I am a Wayne resident, but I'm also my heart and soul here in Paterson because I lived in Paterson for more than 20 years. I'm here actually to speak from my heart about the issues. First, as a professor for 25 years and as a scientific person, there are data. Whenever there is a decision that needs to be made, that must be based on facts and data. And we do have the data. Brother Wright over there can provide us with that we learn from other states where they actually conducted the studies where the negative impact of marijuana from many different aspects. We're talking about socially, where destroyed a lot of families, and that is a gateway. And please hear me out loud and clear on that. Marijuana is a gateway to much bigger problems where we would have addiction that would lead to addiction. And speaking of that, that is number one. Public safety. Other states as well, that they conducted the study where the crimes, okay, I'll just wait until so, yeah, where the crimes has increased tremendously. So having said that, I am totally against the marijuana, and being also a father for 5 children, and I look at every day I pass through Paterson, coming from Wayne, going to the mosque, where my heart goes so hurtful because of what I see on the streets, unfortunately, from those individuals that they really deserve better life. They do deserve a better life. Second thing, some of the speakers before me, they spoke about the jobs that the marijuana would bring in. As a business owner, I have 62 employees, 45 employees from the city of Paterson. I am stationed in Carlstadt, here in New Jersey. These people, when we talk about jobs, it does not have to be at the expense of destroying other people's lives. That's what we have to keep in mind. That's what we have to keep in mind. So we, as people, think that getting jobs, it is not only way of getting job working in that field of helping, as the brother said here, millionaires or whoever these people are, to actually convince us that they are helping us rather than they are actually destroying our communities and destroying our people. That is the fact to that, and we have to keep that in mind. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker, Rahid Odi, O-D-E-H.
Madam Clerk, can you please do me a favor? Madam Clerk, can you speak into, because I can't hear you.
Okay, you can hear? Okay. First name is R-A-E-D, Radid, and last name O-D-E-H. Is that person here?
Can you pass these to the council, please?
No. You keep them right there. Your name and your address for the record, sir?
Well, I have the right to
Your
pass
name
them
and your address for
to
the
the
record.
council before I start talking.
Your name and address for
you allowed the person from the other company to talk
your
for more than 10
name
minutes.
and address for the record.
I'm here to represent 17
Your name and address for the record.
organizations.
Okay, so now I've turned off the speaker. This is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen here. If you do not follow the rules and regulations of this office, if you do not, you will be removed. And I am allowed to do that.
Council President, Rod, could you listen? There's rules. She's going to remove you. You have your 3 minutes. Do your thing.
I cannot. Okay, so once again, if you do not follow the rules of this office here in the chambers, you will be removed. I'm going to say it the last time. You will say your name and your address for the record, and you will speak your 3 minutes. Repeat it, because I turned off the microphone.
I'm here to represent.
Your address, sir?
I own a business in South Paterson, 965.
No.
Main
Your
Street.
home address. It's not a business address.
No, 34 Wilman Ave. I've been in Paterson for the
I
past
know.
30
Where
years.
is that, sir? I'm writing my notes.
In Clifton.
You live in Clifton.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
And your
But
name again? Your name?
My name is Raed Odi, R-A-E-D, last name O-D-E-H. And I hope you give me as much time as you give this gentleman here for more than 10 minutes, okay? I'm also here to represent 17 group, okay, of the community. I'm not here to represent myself only, okay? And I also have thousands of signature of people in my community that they are against this project, okay? All right? So to begin with, I am strongly against the legalization of marijuana, mainly the 6 license that you guys trying to issue here. In Paterson, we have lost a lot of lives because of the drugs. And majority of the people, that's what the study says. That's why I was trying to pass this packet, because this study has a scientist, a person who reviewed all the information from the 8 states that legalized marijuana before us, okay? And it has a very dangerous information that you guys, who's gonna make the decision on behalf of us, that have to read carefully and know exactly what is this information and how is it gonna affect us. It's gonna affect our kids, our community, not the company, not the employees of the people who wants to destroy our life, okay? So, for that being said, all these studies says that over 90% of the people who died from overdose opioid start with marijuana. We're not talking about no 2%. We're not talking, Mr. Mayor. I remember when you won this office, okay? We invited you to our center. And I got the pleasure to talk on a podium for the first time in my life. And my message was to you, it was only about drugs, because we've been losing a lot of life in our community. We've been losing hundreds and hundreds of people to our community. Our community average 1 person every 10 days to opioid. That start with marijuana, that you're trying to bring to destroy and kill our kids. I hope you take this in consideration, Mr. Mayor. I hope you take this in consideration, Mr. Mayor. I hope you take this in consideration, Mr. Mayor. Okay? And all your administrations also. Okay? So, for that being said, as one family, as a person who married, have 5 kids, who's worried about his kids, who's worried about his family, who's also worried about his community, who's also worried about the city that I spend over 14 hours every day in, okay? My job also as a CAFA person, that we deal with substance abuse in our community. Mr. Council President, I know in your community you have a lot of issue with drugs. I know maybe you have lost some of your friends or some of your loved ones to opioid that start with marijuana, that these companies trying to destroy the next generation with. Can't you think more twice about this? Can you think more if you allowed those 30 facility, if you allowed those 30 facility to come to Paterson?
Can
No,
you
I'm
please
allowed
wrap
to
up?
talk more.
No,
You
you're not.
give him
No,
10
you're not.
minutes.
Okay, very good. So I have turned the microphone off. I asked you to wrap up, and you said no, that you were going to continue. Some of the information that you're saying is not factual, so let's leave it at that. Madam Clerk, please, next speaker. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, next speaker, please. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please. Director Spezial, he must be removed. Director Spezial, he must be removed. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes,
Director
Madam
Spezial, he will be removed. He will be removed.
Yes, Madam President. The next person is Fares Obel Fares. Fares Obel Fares. Fares Obel Fares.
Okay, please state your name again and your address. I'm sorry. My apologies. Please repeat it again. It was off.
My name is Faris Abu Faris, 16 Elk Street, Paterson, New Jersey. I've been here in New Jersey, in Paterson, since 1993. I have 5 kids. They were born and raised in Paterson. They went to school 9, and they went to JFK. I'm talking to you not as a politician. I'm talking to you as a father and as a mother. Please, before you vote this, close your eyes and think about your own kids. My son, Ahmed, come over. This is my son, Ahmed Abu Faris. He is got the highest GPA in high school, 4.4. I want you to invest in him, not invest in drugs. Please, invest in my son. Open recreation center. And I'm not gonna talk loud and scream and all that stuff. Please think about it. As a father to a father, as a parent to a parent, think about it. And for the JTA, my kids, Ahmed Abu Faris, I want him to be a lawyer. I don't want to back drugs at your company. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, next speaker, Madam President, is Youssef Baker.
Good evening.
No time.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council President. Good evening, Council members.
Your name?
I'm here.
Your
I'm
name?
Yusuf Bakir. I'm at 152 Durham Avenue, Paterson. And I'm here to speak not just as an educator or someone who's closely working with the youth at the Islamic Center of Passaic County, but I'm here to speak as a father of 2 daughters and as someone who has so many other sons and daughters as my students in Islamic Center of Passaic County. Unfortunately, brothers and sisters, in the past few months, myself, I've buried several brothers, young people here from Paterson who were, unfortunately, were exposed to marijuana first, and then they died from overdose. And as the brothers said, that this marijuana is always the gateway to be exposed to dangerous drugs. And here I'm here to urge you, and to urge the mayor, and to urge every single one of you to stop marijuana from coming to our city, to our town, to Paterson. And number 2, I really appreciate the fact that you spoke about the recreational programs for our youth. And I'm here on behalf of the Islamic Center of Passaic County. We're willing to help you with this. I want to work closely with you, provide to you all of our resources, provide to you whatever you need, all of my experiences with the youth for the past several years. I'm here to help you with this. That's what matters at this point. I'm here to support you. to make the right decision and to work closly with you to take care of our youth and to make them better people. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Kathy Morgan.
Good evening. No disrespect to you, sir. I just want you to know that, all right? All right. My name is Kathy Morgan, 134 North 8th Street, Paterson, New Jersey. I've been a lifelong resident of Paterson for 56 years. I'm going to hit on a couple of topics tonight, like the young lady started earlier with the roads. I myself, Jefferson Street has never been repaved. PSC&G comes in, tears up our streets and keep it moving. I've tore up tires. I just had to get 2 new tires last week. Okay, the homeless camps. I called Ruby today. I was shocked. Yesterday, I'm going to pick my granddaughters up. I'm riding my happy behind up East Ellison Street. I look to the right of me. There's a whole homeless camp on the railroad tracks. Umbrellas up, blankets and tents. Like, what's going on here, really? I've said this several times, and y'all know I'll pick up where I left off the last time I was here. Why don't we, when Straight and Narrow releases people and all these, because we the hub of Passaic County, everything is here. Everything is here. And we get all the garbage. I was so outdone. I put it on Facebook. I'm going to get them the other day, and I see this girl standing right in front. I worked at the Y. That was my first job. My first real job. She's standing in front of the Y, not cowered down nowhere, right in front of the Y, shooting heroin. I've ran people off St. Luke Church. I've ran people off that church on East 18th and Broadway on the side. When do we disrespect the house of God? We have people shooting drugs on our streets, open for our kids. But see, I'm going to tell you, little Ali, little Roger, they can be on the streets and get harassed. But we got all of these lily whites, and I'm going to say how I feel, that come up in here and they can shoot drugs and get high. Guess what? I've seen them be dropped off at Walgreens out of BMWs, Mercedes-Benz, Jaguars with a suitcase. Put them out, hand them money out the corner, out of the driver's side window, and tell them to go ahead, okay? My thing is this, and I know, and the reason why I'm saying it because I have biracial people in my family. So I know how it runs. They come, they send them down here, they pay their rent. If they stay clean, well, stay good enough to stay in the apartment, they pay their rent, they give them phone cards, they make sure their cell phones stay on so they can stay constant contact, make sure they don't OD in Paterson, okay? They stay in contact with their kids, okay? We sit around and we let any and everything go in our city. At what point? I can remember being a little kid in Paterson, I would go outside barefooted, play hopscotch, whatever. You can't do that in the streets of Paterson now. I purchased a stun gun, and yes, I'm going to say it, because my granddaughter, I don't usually do fast foods, but she likes to go to McDonald's every now and then. And when I sit there in the drive-thru, I got it sitting right in my hand. And the reason why, I'm tired of paying toll to cross the bridge, to go into a grocery store. You got people opening doors, closing doors. Come on. And then you got the Paterson police, who's security in the stores, and they sit right there and allow it to happen. When are all of you going to get it together? When are you all going to start doing what's right for us? And I'm piggybacking on what Leon said. We have no youth centers. We have nothing to offer our kids. And what you put out there, Andre, about the Ascension 27, congratulations to all of them. But you know what's wrong with our little brown boys? They've been harassed so much. They've been picked on. They've been beat up for no reason, no apparent reason, just for hanging out in the neighborhoods that they grew up in. That's why we can't get our boys to join the police force. When I did put it out there, people took it the wrong way. I didn't mean it like I'm knocking our boys. What I'm saying is we got to start changing the conversations. We have Paterson police. I still teach my kids that the police are their friends, even at 24 and 22. But the police have to show them that they're their twins. Because I'm going to say this. and not you, Jerry, but a lot of these Paterson police officers, most of them are invisible in school. They were punks, a little sissies, and half the girls were invisible. So now that we got a badge, we're gonna run up on everybody because we got a badge and a gun.
Morgan.
I know. Hold on, Marissa. Give me 2 seconds, okay?
please
What I'm
wrap up.
saying is this: we got to change conversations with our kids. We got to clean up our city. I want you to send whoever y'all need to send, Andre, over there. Y'all got to break down these camps. We got to stop letting people live under every bridge, every abandoned building, and every open space. We need to do better.
Thank you very much, Ms. Morgan. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Albert Melgar. Albert.
Hey guys, I'm Albert Melgar, 571 Madison Avenue, Paterson, New Jersey. Let me start first off by saying I am a father to a beautiful 12-year-old girl who just lost her mother to COVID just last year. So to all these fine folk that are saying, think of the children, think of the children, think of the children, I am saying think of the children. Think about what they're gonna be doing, what they're learning in school. Let's make these fine recreation areas. Let's use this tax money to build and fund these recreation areas. Let's use and fund these. If they care so much about the children at the rec centers, this, that, and the other, then let's tax these churches, temples, mosques. Let's do what we have to do to make sure the proper funds are there so the kids are out of the streets, the kids are getting the proper influence. I am an employee of GTI, I am the mechanic there. I am a direct benefiter of there because of my skills that I've learned, not from Paterson, but from Carlstadt, Wayne, different counties. Where I educated myself was at PCC. I went to Bergen County Adult Educational Continuing School. I've learned and I've honed my skill, not because it was just gifted to me, not because my father was somebody, but through hard-earned blood and sweat. So to say that that marijuana is a gateway drug, I will tell you straight up, that is a bold-faced lie. And they plan to lie to you with this false garbage, this propaganda, these fear-mongers and these bitter hearts. That's what they're trying to convince you to, no, don't, the gateway, it's a plan, you know, it's a big scary plan. These are fear-mongers, ladies and gentlemen. Doctor, use your critical skills. You know that it's not. You know it's just a plant. Coffee is a drug. Tea is a drug. Chocolate is a drug. And to say that this marijuana plant, that it was given to us by God, Yahweh, Allah, or whoever the power may be, He brought this to us. He gave this to us to use our ability and our critical skills to grow it and use it to the best of our ability and the best of our knowledge. But to say no just because, oh, it's scary. We were taught in the 70s, it's scary. They're taught us to say no. They're taught us to just say no. It's like, all right, well, I've grown up with it. I've been a lifelong resident in the Paterson. I am a combat veteran. I fought in the Afghan war, and I used it to fucking go to sleep every single night. So to say that it's a drug and it's so scary, I tell you that's a bold-faced lie. Go ahead. I know you have something in your heart. Let me hear it, please.
No, you can finish. Just as if you yell, everyone else can't hear you.
Roger. That's it. That's my part.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Mr. Shug Mason. Okay. The constable.
How you doing? My name is Shug Mason, 42 Gould Ave, Paterson, New Jersey. I went to School 9 in South Paterson, went to Kennedy High School, played for Ron Jackson for 4 years, went to Rutgers, New Brunswick, got a degree in economics, financial advisor, and I moved back to Paterson in 2018 where I bought my first home. So I am a product of Paterson. I'm just here to offer my perspective as someone who grew up here and invested here and continue to invest here. And I appreciate everyone's perspective, whether you're for or against it. I'm just offering mine. I smoked marijuana, and yes, I inhaled, as I'm sure some of you on the council have. But I'm not worried about you or me. We turned out okay, but that's not everyone's story. While I don't smoke anymore, you're only as strong as your weakest link. In one of the most drug-infested cities, the answer is not more drugs. The first time I smoked, I was 16, like most marijuana users. It's before 21. So my concern is ease of access. Dispensaries can sell to 21, but when I hear that as as someone in economics or in business, I think, okay, if I'm 21, I can go buy from a dispensary. I have a plug now. I can sell to someone in high school. So that's all I'm thinking when you say that you can offer it to someone who's 21. So you're going to create more street dealers, more users. If I'm from a poor family, which this is a poor city, I would start selling if I was 21. Putting dispensaries all over Paterson just creates more legal access, more users, and illegal dealers. While you cannot overdose on marijuana, it could definitely lead to death through DUIs. One of these cops pulls you over and you're high, that's a DUI, 2 years loss of license, a lot of money down the drain. The only benefit I heard throughout the whole day was that you can make money. Drug dealers make money, that's no lie. And I'm not here advocating for Percocets or heroin, because clearly those are wrong too, and that's a bad industry, but we're here talking about marijuana. Whether you legalize it or don't legalize it, I'm sure you'll be okay, I'm sure I'll be okay, but it's not you or me I'm worried about. Rest in peace, Khalil Saleh Khalil. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to repeat it again. It is legal in the state of New Jersey. We're not legalizing it. It's already been voted in. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker, Kemper McDowell.
Good evening, everyone. Kemper McDowell, 300 East 42nd Street, Paterson. Pull it up.
You pushed it down.
Oh, thank you.
You pushed it down.
Thank you, thank you. I don't want to go over my time. I'm kind of long-winded. So some years ago, I was a part of a program called Leadership Paterson. And we did an excellent activity where we went and we visited a garbage to electricity plant. It was somewhere off of, right next to Northern Prison outside of Newark. It was a great plant. It took garbage, you would dump your garbage, it would go up, take it up conveyor belts, and they would burn it, turn the turbines, and produce a portion of electricity for that particular area. Great. We came back to the Hamilton Club and proceeded with the activity where we created a panel of developers and community leaders. So tricking us, the facilitators talked about the benefits of the garbage to electric plant. Then they asked us, we are going to put this plant in your neighborhood. And each of the panelists that represented the area said, no, 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 no. What I just saw in my neighborhood? No, it's better in your neighborhood. You have more room. Or your neighborhood. So when you look at this particular industry, and I do respect the benefits, the medicinal benefits of marijuana, it is not a medicine. It is a more or less like a supplement. It's not just FDA approved, right? So it may have some benefit. And our economic development person talked about the economic developments, what have you. But why is everyone around Paterson saying, no, not in my place though? If everyone thought it was such a great idea, why is Wayne, Heldon, Hawthorne, South Brunswick, not Hawthorne?
Not Hilden.
Not Heldon?
Yeah.
All right, I thought I saw an ordinance for Heldon. Revisit that. Why are they saying no? Maybe because the concept is that they can do it in Paterson, not a lot of regulations, talk to a couple people, and you're in. So I would just say my concern is our vulnerable populations, our schools. I didn't hear a discussion about how close to a school can you have one of these particular elements. Can you put it next to a playground, a park, a hospital, a residential neighborhood, or an apartment building where, you may not live in a two-family, one-family house, but you call one of these apartment buildings home. Do you step out to a dispensary? What's the benefit? So, got me. So, I ask you to consider opting out. If you opt out, and Economic Advisor said something a little confusing. If you do nothing by the 21st, that means that you don't have an ordinance that you submit. You're locked in for 5 years before you can do something else. If you do something by the 21st, you're locked in for the 5 years. If you submit a ordinance saying, I'm opting out, you can consider it next year. All right? And so I have, so we could debate that maybe offline.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Kemper. But just so you know, the council has not had a discussion. Some of the points you just made up, we had this meeting last Tuesday.
Right.
Those have been part of the discussion.
Right.
Which today we will be having. We wanted as a council to hear from the community.
Right.
That's why you have not heard those questions asked to the administration, and that is part of.
And I appreciate your process.
The conversation. All right, so I want to thank you, and I appreciate for being here today.
Right.
Thank you.
Just remember also, Madam President, the state of New Jersey's commission has not submitted their report at all either.
Yes.
So we have
I'm
nothing to
aware.
bounce off of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next speaker.
Yes, Madam President. Next speaker, Manila Secklin.
What's the name?
I think it's Mariella.
Oh, Mariela Seclin.
Mariela, okay.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor.
Good
the
evening.
Business Administration and all council. Thank you so much for allowing us the opportunity to speak. I'm part of a new organization. It's run by all women, and we are of Peruvian background. And I'd like to ask for your permission to introduce you to a young girl who was raised here in the United States and of Peruvian background as well, who would like to say a few words to all of you.
So I want to thank you, Mariela, but the rule is you started speaking is 3 minutes, so 1 to 3 minutes. I
Understood.
appreciate you coming here today. I know that you have an application before us today. The clerk has given it to us. It was reviewed in finance. So I'm just letting you know. Stop for a minute.
I didn't start it.
Okay.
Yes, of course.
So I know that you are here today because I know you went through so much, but I need you to know that everything was submitted to licensing to the clerk, and it went to our BA. It was discussed in finance today with the committee. So we will be taking action next week. Today it will be in review, okay? But it's not going to happen right now. So I appreciate you coming here today. I do want to hear the words of
Council President, with all due respect,
yes,
we come in peace.
Yes,
and
yes, I know.
Also, are very thankful for the opportunity.
Okay.
Please let me introduce you to Marina Garcia.
Okay. Madam Clerk, start the time, please.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Marina Garcia, 270 Union Avenue, Paterson, New Jersey. As she mentioned, I have been raised here my whole life. I am currently graduated with my bachelor's. I'm going for my master's, but I've always been in touch with my Peruvian culture. That's why I'm very grateful to be a part of this new association created by hardworking women, hardworking mothers, really, who have taught me a lot. And I'm just very grateful, and we wanted to express our gratitude in hopefully hosting our first event here in Paterson, which will unite my community, who I've been a part of for so long. And as you guys can all see, we always disagreeing on different topics, but this event is supposed to bring the whole community together. It's a free event for everyone. We want to express, share, and promote our culture that we are so proud of, and not just for Peruvians, for the whole city of Paterson, of course, and you're all invited to, enjoy our music, our artists, our performers, and our gastronomy, which you can all come and taste if you guys come. Especially after all the work that you guys have put on during this hard year of the pandemic. We're very grateful for you guys, what you guys have done as leaders, and what you guys have done as a city. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm not sure that the viewers and everyone here understood the event.
Oh, okay.
The date and time. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So just name the event, the date and
our
time.
event will be taking hopefully place in Pennington Park here in Paterson on July 24th from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. We will be having artists from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Dance performers. We're going to have very famous artists. We're going to be have many different Peruvian vendors. We're going to have many different restaurants, and we're going to be sharing our culture through all of that. As you guys know, Paterson is made up of a high population of Peruvians, and we want to keep sharing and promoting our culture with the whole city. And this event will be great for getting getting together your families, the whole community, networking, getting to know educators, authorities, and all of you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think the last thing she should have said is, this year is the 200th year, so it's the bicentennial year of Peruvian independence. So thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Madam Clerk, next speaker.
On the public.
Move to close.
Can I have a second? Okay, move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Cotton and Abdelaziz. Now, to my colleagues, a las señoras, me esperan afuera, okay? To my colleagues, very important, I would like for us to vote to close. Do not speak while you're closing. We are going to now start the discussion after we close the public portion, okay?
Do notice.
Madam Clerk, roll call to close the public portion.
Yes, Madam President. Roll call to close the public portion of the workshop session of July 13, 2021. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Definitely yes.
Madam President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The public portion is now closed.
Okay, thank you very much. So,
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor, did you want to say a few words before we start?
Yeah, Council President, first, I want to commend our community. This was democracy in action. We may disagree, but we were not disagreeable. And ultimately, irrespective of where you stand on the issue, whether you're right or wrong, that's your opinion. We want to deal with facts, Council President. That's why you convened the meeting last week of all the appropriate departments so that you can arrive at an informed decision that'll impact Paterson residents. And Rod Ode, who is my barber, I probably will not get a haircut from him again. He won't let me in the salon. I recall March 20th, 2019, Councilman Abdelaziz and I were at the meeting, and they were adamantly opposed to Rise coming to Paterson. And all I have to say, some 2+ years later, we haven't had a single issue with our dispensary. In fact, many Paterson residents don't even know that we have a dispensary in our city. That's how they've operated. So I want everybody to bear in mind the operative word, regulation. By doing this, we know because quite frankly, someone said we have to stop marijuana coming in from our city, into our city. At least if you have a dispensary, you know what the product is. You know what's in your city. So let's just educate ourselves on this issue. Let's not jump to conclusions. Let's be informed on it and keep an open mind. Because quite frankly, when Osner, and Osner, you did very well, I believe he deserves a round of applause just for informing the public. When Osner said that this has disproportionately impacted communities of color, most of that means black and brown young men have had their lives ruined, couldn't seek employment or gain employment as a result. And now the benefit, conversely, is that this affords brown and black young men an opportunity for employment in the city of Paterson in an emerging industry in our country that was legalized by a resounding margin by the Paterson voters this past November. And so, again, I salute Paterson tonight for a robust and needed debate on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so council members, okay, where we are right now, and the reason why you all see that you see our chief of police here, and you see our director, and you see our captain and our sergeant, they were part of the meeting that we held last Tuesday, and that was a meeting that I convened along with our council vice president. And so you've heard, it is here before us now. I wanted us to hear the community and what they had to say. The mayor is correct. You know, we can agree to disagree. You can have an opinion, but facts are facts. I heard many times here, don't legalize it, don't legalize it. And I'm getting text messages up the wazoo saying, I'm confused. Are you legalizing it? And I have to continuously repeat, Marijuana is legal in the state of New Jersey. It is legal. So we are not legalizing. This body today is not legalizing something that is already legal and that was voted by a good percent of people in the state of New Jersey. And within Paterson, 76% of the people who voted yes. So with that said, the floor is now open. Councilman Velez, I know you've asked for the floor first. Then it'll be, and we're gonna do it this way. Let me write this down. So you know what I'll do? I'm gonna do it this way. I'm going to have Councilman Velez, Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Mendez, Councilwoman Cotton, and we're going to, well, I'm sorry, my apologies, Mr. VP. You, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman Abdelaziz. If there are going to be questions, I think at this point, Director, I know you've asked, I really don't want you nor the chief to leave. I'm sorry, Chief, but I do understand that the captain and the sergeant are working, so the reasons they are here specifically is because if there were certain questions, but I think at this point now, I think that the captain and the chief will be able to, if you want to, you're welcome to stay, but if you have to go, then I understand you have to go. So, Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President.
No, Director's not leaving.
There's a lot of said in the public portion. You know, Mayor, through the chair, Mayor, first of all, do not forget about the requests of the resident Raquel Amador regarding the situation of the homeless individual under the train station. Get in contact with the proper New Jersey Transit to give us a hand. And another hand is that we could keep it clean. So we cannot ignore that. Also regarding the loitering and blocking the sidewalk and et cetera, that goes, that the tools are there already. Is in the ordinance is just to make the action on it. Making sure that the heart of Paterson looks great. The other thing, Mr. Mayor, through the chair, is that your speech is real eloquent when it comes up to the rice company. I was there when we was breaking, doing the grand opening, cutting the ribbon. I was there. And the reason I was there because the license that was honored to them was a medical marijuana dispensary. Let's be clear on that. All right? So there's some requirements, there's some conditions that allow them serve that population that needs through medical condition to marijuana or cannabis. Let's be clear on that. And probably the individual that comes there, they know the rules and so on and so on. Now, I was looking some data about the question 1 and 2 that the state allows the referendum to move forward with legalization of marijuana in the state of New Jersey. 24,015 individuals voted yes, 11,952 people voted no, at of a total of 43,226 ballots that came in that election, that the questions was there. So if you compare 35,000 against 43,000 ballots that came in, hold on, there was a lot of question how those ballots got in, and everybody was questioning the process of the ballots, how they voted and not voted, and nobody asked for a recount on the questions. I could say that the ballot was so confusing that you know, some people probably ignore what they were reading. They just vote yes because they voting yes. And some people voted no because they probably read a little bit more and voted no. And just, Council President, as we are here agreeing that the state supersede whatever the municipal government does.
3 minutes.
Right? So, it's already approved, but that gives us the rights to put some cautions, some rules in the game. Let's be honest.
Councilman Velez, do you have a question for the administration?
No, we are in discussion. We already vote for closely, that's why we voted only, and we in the discussion.
Right.
And that's what we agree on, vote, and then go to the discussion. That's what you said, discussion. No, discussion, we don't have minutes. So, but I will wrap up.
Councilman Velez, if I may, I know I'm not the president, but I was instructed by the president to allow each council person to speak for 3 minutes.
Oh, I thought it was a discussion that we're gonna have. All right, so, that's what I thought. All right, so, pardon me. I don't want to make an intervention every time I have to make a vote, making my statement. I gotta wrap up. We could agree, disagree. In my case, in my ward, I'm overcrowded of liquor stores. In my case, in my ward, I have 12 schools, 5, 6 charter schools. In my ward, I have 3 or 4 complex of senior citizens. I have multi-dwelling buildings. I have, you name it, is overcrowded. Until we don't sit down and look what is A, B, and C, what will benefit us, because in this time, the administration see the community as a signal dollar, okay? Because it's gonna bring revenues. We asked this administration to bring true revenues, real revenues, not easy revenues. Last but not least, the same government that we live in the United States of America, and I've been going back and forth into YouTube and getting information, was preaching that that drugs kills and don't do this and do that. Now the same government is allowing that in our cities. So we're in a tough decision to make soon, or put in our wills against whatever pro and con this legislation
Councilman?
in front of us is right now. Right now, there's a lot of things that we had to assimilate, Council President, and once again, there's a lot of things that this administration had to do forward, and I think that this administration had to make sure that the quality of life of the city of Paterson move into a one standard to move to the other things that's really coming and hurt us now.
Thank you.
Today, the state approved something that is legal. New York State did it. And also, they moved forward in some boroughs in New York to approve prostitution, like legalized. So where we going on that? I don't know.
Councilman Velez?
It's facts.
No,
It's
but
facts.
No, Councilman, I'm not gonna argue. I'm just gonna say, can we just continue with cannabis right now?
Oh, no, it's like, I did an
Please,
extra
okay.
announcement.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you, Council President, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims.
Thank you. And so I'm just, for me, it's different because I am African American. This particular item, if it had not been for people like Senator Ron Rice, Senator Teresa Ruiz, and some others, sometimes Senator Ron Rice by himself fighting to decriminalize marijuana, our black men, women, brown men, women will still be incarcerated to this day. because of this particular item, this item that's before us. What's really sad is that at one point, it was a great thing because they were locking up the black and brown community and making a whole bunch of money by locking them up, right? And then we had some legislators, and I'm really grateful for them, and I watch Senator Ron Rice sometimes bang on doors, right? Osmond, you're familiar. I've been to meetings. I've watched him where he was by himself, and some others would not even join with him. And finally, the bell went off, and they said, you know what? Let's decriminalize it at this point. Still to this day, out of all the people that have applied to get their records expunged, since the gentleman called me a doctor, let me show you what doctors do. 88,000, only 88,000 people have been dismissed because there's a three-step process which is still not finalized because the regulations are not fully set, which is vacating, expunging, and then dismissing. So still to this day, those black and brown men and women are still suffering behind something now that we want to fully open the gates up into Paterson. I go on to say, it affects them with jobs, housing, student loans. These individuals still to this day, even though it was decriminalized, they still have problems. I was in the meeting. I know the mayor only mentioned Councilman Abdelaziz, but I'm a woman. It goes like that sometimes. I was in that meeting at 90 Delaware when the 6th Ward stood up strong. And they told the mayor, and I will quote, they made it clear to him that it was not going in the 6th Ward. It's not going there. They had doctors. They had the E-man. I was there on the front line sitting, watching them. And guess what? It didn't go in the 6th Ward. Guess where it came? To the 3rd Ward. Rise came. I met GTI. They're over there. They're doing a great job. I live a couple of blocks away. They're doing an amazing job. Their facility is great, all of that. But the concerns I have, there are 6 entities, and there's 3 different discussions, so we haven't went into what that will look like. But there's 6 different phases of it, right? You have cultivation, manufacturing, wholesale. I'm just going to go a little over my time because we didn't get to speak before. Normally in discussion, there's no time limit, so I'm going to be very brief, and then I'll come back again. Distribution, retail, and delivery. Based on whatever discussion, they want to a la carte it, and in some aspects, they want to do 6 of each of these. Now, it may sound great. I know many people that smoke marijuana, and I'm sure we all do. Know people that smoke it. But the problem in our community, we always allow, and I think Justin said it best, other people come into our community and they benefit off of our people. So who is this really for? The money that's coming in, yeah, they'll give a few jobs out, but we only get a small percentage of the money that's made. Now, it's great to hear them talk about, yeah, we're going to do recreation, we're going to do all this with the money, but we haven't done it since 2020, so what will be the difference now? Rise has been here, and that money is coming in. Where did that money go? Hello? Where did the money go? Hello? There's still no recreation center. It was a great idea when we said, let's open up to be the county seat for social service programs. They come in, they get their treatments here, correct? But they don't go home. There's no exit plan. So that's why we see them on the train tracks. We see them up from the bottom of Broadway all the way up. There's no plan to have them go back to their various locations. Their family members bring them here. They put their luggage behind the buildings. They do feces all over the place. And then we post on social media, and who has to clean it up? DPW, the lowest paid employees of the city. So the question becomes, because people were texting me from the audience, ma'am, you're looking like you're not for it. What's going on? It's not that I'm not for it. The question is, where do Patersonians benefit? Our surrounding towns, many of them, Passaic has done the a la carte and only chose 2 of them. Some of the others said, we don't want it here. So all of that spillage is coming to Paterson. And then there will be enforcement that will be needed. And then we don't have enough police officers. Then you're going to make the director and the chief's job even harder if you don't have a true security surveillance system in place. So all of these dynamics have to be thought about. They have to be included. And I see people getting happy and, oh, that was a great one. Oh, you did this, and going the hallway talking to the residents. But what's not great is those people, their families were not impacted. Their families were not locked up. Their families did not die. Their family does not have credit issue, housing issues, and they're not discriminated against. So it impacts them differently. I'm an African-American female. I'm a mom and a grandmother. When I talk to residents from the black and brown community, they're not against it, but the question is, who's going to benefit? Time out for outsiders benefiting off of something that comes to Paterson. And I end with this, Council President. We have to stop the stigma of anything goes in Paterson. Enough is enough. Put some clear regulations and put some language that says that Paterson, some minority business owners should get first dibs. We should not open it up all the way to all 6 a la carte. There should be some restrictions and some clear language that speaks against it. It should not be 200 feet from the church and only the school. What about residents? What about the seniors?
Councilwoman.
So we got to make sure that we do everything in our power to make sure that we put in place the parameters necessary, because our black and brown community is still suffering by something they made money off before and they want to make money off of again. Thank you, Council President.
No, thank you very much. So, Councilwoman, you have a lot of great points that need some addressing, and it's points that we've been discussing already. So I'm in agreement with you, the whole 200 feet, the schools, churches, all of that. I'm in full agreement. But I'm going to continue to say it, and I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying it. It's legal. We don't take action, somebody else will benefit, and we won't be able to have the additionals to be able to do exactly that. Recreation, for tax relief for our homeowners who live here, for more public safety. How can I support a department, right, when we don't have the means in a budget? So these are the things that we're having. This is the conversation. You are right. So let it be known, Councilwoman Mims, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. A lot of what you said, you spoke with facts. But this is why we're here today having this discussion. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam President. I think that I will try to be brief. It's going to be a little hard, but I feel very satisfied with the community, because it was great to see so many members of the community all together. So many agreements, so many disagreements, and that's what I was hoping to have this dialogue with the community, especially Rise. You guys are a few blocks away from my house. Very familiar with the facility. And definitely you guys doing a fine job in terms of the surrounding community, keeping everything clean. But let me talk about let me just address some of the members of the community that came to speak. People spoke about the situation in Paterson, the reality that we're living in. Some member they went against this legislation, but some people, most of the people about the homelessness situation that we have, the garbage in our community, the lack of services that we have, the lack of enforcement that we have. We cannot even enforce Roselli to do the job to collect the garbage. Now we have street sweeper driving around with no inspector, because administration, they have not hired all the inspectors that we need to give out tickets to bring revenue to the city. The community spoke about the situation that we're facing, the day-to-day situation of the city of Paterson. And those are facts. Those are residents that live in the city of Paterson, and they have to deal with homeless, with drug addicts, day and night, people breaking into their car, into their property. And that's what the administration should pay attention about it. It is my hope that now that the mayor is here, I hope he take note. You just need to go under the train station. Go anywhere around. You will see people panhandling, homeless, people doing all kind of illegal activity in a broad day life. So what are we doing? How good is to have a brand new park when you cannot take your children to the park? Tell me about that. When you don't feel safe. When all you hear you read is shooting every day in the city of Paterson. Let's talk about that. And it's my hope that he take note, and tomorrow he start addressing those problems. It's not hard. So Madam President, just allow me to go into the body of the legislation, because in order for us to be successful in this, we have to go over this document that we received from the administration, this legislation. And I'm just going to talk about one specific point. First of all, if I ended up being in favor of this project, I know there's a lot of revenue for the community. I know there's a lot of revenue for the city. But it's my hope, and my only position is that, first of all, I don't trust this administration with all the revenue that we're going to get from cannabis, and I'm proposing that 50% of the total revenue goes straight into recreation. Yes. That's what openly, that's my step, part of my statement, and that's my request. And this is a discussion that we have, and it's my hope that you take note. You hear the community, there's nothing for our children. Our kids, they play basketball in a corner, with the old, with drug addict, with everybody. There's no place for our children to go. Guess what? Now we have revenue on the way. I don't believe that the administration is gonna invest the money into recreation and other matters. They might hire more people, but guess what? I'm proposing to get 50% of this revenue to the recreational department. And you will see that we're gonna have all the after-school program. You will see that we're gonna have the resources that we need to take care of our youth. In closing, Madam President, I'm just gonna leave with this. There's a section on the legislation, and I hope you get a copy. On section 12, page 12 of 21st, the 21st page, local licensing authority. Let me just allow me to read this portion for all of you. The Economic Development Director, or his designee as a director, is hereby designated to act as the local licensing authority for the city for all cannabis classes of license under all circumstances in which a state law requires communication to the city by the Cannabis Regulatory Commission or any other state agency with regard to the licensing of cannabis establishment by the state, in which the state law requires any review or approval by the city of any action taken by the state licensing authority, or for the grant any class of license by the city. The exclusive authority for receiving such communication and granting such approval for any class of license should be exercised by the Director of Economic Development only. That's one of the biggest problems that we have in this piece of legislation. Why? Nothing against you, Director. I love you. But guess what? Now, the Director works for the mayor. He's going to have direct access of who's they choosing to be approved for this license and who's not. The first thing that needs to change in this is that the governing body, this council, have to be the one that approve every license. Why? Because we've been elected by the people, and we want to make sure that when you apply for the license, we're going to make sure that you come in front of that podium and present your plan, and we got to make sure that it's something that really is going to help the community and that you're going to be in compliance, not the administration. That's my second request. And just for the director, just note, where's the map? There's no map here, Director. There's no map. So that's key. In every other municipality, when they submit this document, you got to put a map together, and you got to show this governing body that you have point A, B, and C, and those are the location. That's number. Also, company holding medical license, like Rice, they should not be holding all the licenses, because if you're talking about that you're going to give opportunity to black and brown people in this community, you got to be very specific in this legislation and how you're going to empower the community. If you get those big companies to come in, there's no way that our brothers and sisters from the community will have a chance to compete with them. There's no way. Just in closing, Madam President, where's the score? You need to have some criteria in order for people to apply. How you choose between John Doe and Mike? Who's going to get the license? And the director is the one choosing. But how you choose that if you don't have any criteria, you don't have any score? You need to have that in here. So you got to come back with something better, fully prepared, and tell me, listen, this is the score, and this is what you need to be able to qualify, to make sure that everybody have a fair chance. And the best and most qualified person, get the opportunity. Financial profit. You got to be more specific about financial profit, because you could disqualify any member of the community by saying, okay, you don't have enough financial background or you don't have enough financial backing. It's not specific over here. What are you looking for? You're looking for a line of credit. If I get $200,000 line of credit, are you considering that? What is that you talking about when you talk about financial profit? That's and the last one, Madam President, is just going back to the revenue. I agree that 50% of this profit have to go into recreation. That will make the job of the police department better. We cannot pretend that we're gonna police every problem in the city of Paterson if we're not investing in the youth. We're not investing in the youth. Our kids, there's nothing for our children to do. And we're expecting the police department to fix all the problems of the city of Paterson if we're not doing enough. So those are my points. I hope, Director, that you get note and you get back to me, and I leave the floor, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Mendez. I am sure that Madam Clerk has definitely made notes of everything and will address the administration. Councilman Kalik?
Council President, I don't think this 3 minutes discussion is enough.
You're right.
I think we should have a closed door meeting with all council members.
So an executive
and the
session?
administration, closed session sometime, because this 3 minutes is not enough.
I agree.
There's,
No. Agreed?
I need to see a plan.
Yes.
How is our public safety could, I need to see some data. I know in prior, Colorado, California, some other states has approved the cannabis legalization. What are the benefits and
Pros and cons?
we need to see some data, concrete data. And without those data, I don't know which way I'm leaning. Okay, I'm for, as of right now, I'm ready to opt out because I see all these, I'm for opting out. The reason is, why isn't our neighboring cities is granting any licenses? They have a reason. They already opted out most of the town. For example, Wayne. If the city of Paterson benefits, I need to see the actual benefits and the plan. We don't want to open the floodgates. Everybody from out of town going to come, get their drugs, and some of them probably going to stay here. They're going to try to sell it to the younger generation on the streets. We might open up a bigger problem. We cannot just look at the money, just the revenue. There's a lot of revenue out there that we are not even collecting. For example, I think Councilman Mendez mentioned, we had only 2 sweepers out today on the streets, where there's supposed to be 6 or 7 of them out every day with inspectors. We're leaving the money on the streets. We should have those inspectors, sweeper out every day. You know, they create the revenue. I don't want to go there, Mayor. So we should not just look at the dollar bill. So I think, Council President, I recommend that we have a closed session with all the council members and the administration, whenever you could schedule. That's my recommendation.
Okay.
And we need to.
So Councilman Kalik, and you were at our meeting on Tuesday last week, and clearly you are correct. You know, a few minutes, you know, is not enough when every council member has the right. You know, we all get elected by the people. So the reason why we had the discussion today, it's obvious, everyone knows our schedule is put out a year before, and we only have 2 meetings, 1 workshop and 1 regular. And there's an action that we do have to take. So with your recommendation, I hope, you're going to speak, Councilwoman, with your recommendation, I hope that my colleagues will say yes to a special meeting, which I would ask that it be an executive session closed meeting, and I believe, Madam Clerk, we can do that, and we can try to poll the council to have this special meeting, because it is important. Look, we haven't even gotten to our agenda, which is to review the rest of the items in place, but this by far is very important. So it is not that I want to rush this, absolutely not. But with time and where we are, all right, you know, we are limited on what we can say, because we can be here all night, every one person here, I'm not gonna say that I disagree with them. What I don't wanna continue to hear is that this council is legalizing marijuana, because that is not so. Okay, I don't want, and I said it before, you know, your opinion, my opinion, but facts are facts. So, you know, with that said, you know, I'll reach out to Madam Clerk, Corporation Counsel. I saw you shaking your head, so you're saying we can't have an executive session? Is that what you're saying?
Council President, I will respectfully address you offline on this issue
Okay.
about sunshine laws and what can and can't be done in executive session. But I'm happy to brief you offline about this.
Okay, very well, very well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so,
I have a question also, Director. Out of those 6 classes of license, if the council decide to eliminate any of those licenses,
you mean opt out?
can we do that?
Opt out, Councilman?
Yes, you can.
So basically what I'm saying is, for example, if we could grant only cultivator and manufacturer. If we don't want to do, for example, retail, we don't want to grant any license for retail, we could do that as well, right? So that's why we need a broader discussion.
Okay.
So all these suggestions could come in, and so that the resolution should be prepared correctly, so
The
this
ordinance.
council could agree with the administration.
Right.
Okay.
That's the only suggestion.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid. Madam Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Council President. I just want to speak on a couple of things before I get into the cannabis. I just want to say to the community, and I hear everyone constantly talk about the liquor stores. I hear them constantly. I've been on this council for 9 years. We have not given out a liquor license, I believe, in this city in over 20 years. And let me just say that back in 1981, where my husband sat here in the city council in 1981, the 2 black council members, Councilwoman Morley Jackson and Councilman Ed Cotton, voted not to extend the hours to 3 o'clock in the morning. So I want the community to know that this stuff had been in place almost 40 years, that we're trying to work on not issuing no more new licenses. We haven't done that. We got people holding license right now that can't put it nowhere because you can't be by school, you can't be by a church, you can't be by this. So we probably got 75 license holders that cannot place their license. So I don't know what's going to happen. But I just wanted to make the community be aware of how long some things, and you know what, the only one that's still living with that is Councilwoman Morley Jackson, and she lives now in South Carolina. But she's the only one living, and she was the only 2 that said, no, we're not extending our liquors from 10 o'clock at night to 3 o'clock in the morning. And I just want to say also that I have gone to Senator Ronald Rice. I'm talking about 3 years ago. Councilwoman Cotton went to Jersey City before they even thought about legalizing marijuana. I went to Jersey City and Weehawken and Hoboken to talk about those cities, those states that came to New Jersey, because it was starting to talk about it, and some of the issues that they were having with marijuana being legal. Now, I personally, and I want to tell my council colleague, I just came back from Nevada. I went to a dispensary. I went to, as a matter of fact, 2 of them, just to see how they operate. Because in order to understand what we're gonna vote on, you need to see it. You can talk all you want, but if I can't see it, then I can't understand it. I went to with the manufacturer just to see, and it was so far out that that you couldn't, you wouldn't even know that that's what they were making there. You wouldn't even know it. The building is so closed in. But when I went to the dispensary, you would not get in there without a picture ID. You got in there, there's security everywhere. When you go in there, you can buy the 1 little ounce, you can buy the 3 little ounce, or you can buy the cookies, you can buy the gummy bears. You know, it's just so many different things. And I said I can share with my council colleagues my experience of visiting the cannabis industry. Because in order to make a decision, you have to be able to understand it. And I always say we're more hands-on. I'm more hands-on. You can talk all day long, but if I can't understand it, I would need to see it. So I just want to say that there's so many phases in here that we could do. And I hear everybody, Councilman Mendez, you know what? I already know how I'm thinking. These businesses want to come here, 100% employees are Patersonians. I ain't selling for 25, I ain't selling for 50, I'm selling for 100%. And I'm saying the revenue that we can make, we want to say to the state of New Jersey, no, we want minorities to own some of this. So when you're going to issue licensed state of New Jersey, and they're going to be placed in our city, then you know what? They're going to be minority owned. State of New Jersey, you need to figure it out how you're going to do it. We have to be able to do that. If we don't demand, you don't get. They can just throw anything at us and think that we can just, oh no, this is how it's going to be. 100% Patersonians will be working, 100%. Revenue, I'm in agreement with Councilman Mendez. I can tell you right now, Mayor, you ain't gonna have no money left because this guy over here, Al, he wants 50% for homeowners, and I'm with you, Councilman Mendez and Councilor, I want 50% for recreation. We need to start putting some money on the side of recreation to do what we need to do, you know, and you're going to be surprised, you know.
Don't forget DPW.
No, you are right on the money. Listen, we are all, thus far, I've heard it, you've said it. So it's a recreation.
Right.
It's public safety, it's tax relief for our,
yeah.
I mean, listen, and maybe the mayor can get a little bit.
I just have one more thing before I finish, and I think that the state of New Jersey, the governor really has to decide how we're gonna, and as Councilwoman Mims talked about it, the state of New Jersey really has to figure out, and it should be sooner than later, of making sure those records get expunged. How are we gonna, we gotta make sure our Congressman Passarella knows, our Senator Booker knows, our Senator Mendez knows. You better do some work in the federal government level to stop our community from not being able to get a job, not be able to get housing, because they got a record from 25 years ago that they can't get nothing. When are you gonna change those laws? Because people look at us as, well, I can't get no apartment because, well, it's not me. It's federal. They got these laws, so there's so many. I know what I want already, and I'm gonna share with my council colleagues what I have seen and what I have visited and what I think that will be best for us. And I know one thing: ownership should be part of that main talk when we're talking with them. And everybody working here is gonna be 100 Patersonian. You ain't moving here a month from now and think you're gonna get a job.
Councilwoman.
No, you done lived here for a little while, so you know what? We need you to be here. Those are things that we need to put out there. So I just want to say I appreciate everyone who talked about it, what you like about it, what you did not like about it, because it's what democracy. You tell us if you like it, if you don't like it. But what I find sometimes is, you know, don't be a hater if I'm thinking about my community. If I'm thinking about, I get calls every day for jobs. I get calls every day for apartment. I get calls every day for something that our community needs. And how do I say to them, I'm going to turn something down because I have another group that thinks that it should not be here, but I can see the benefit of our community that it can help us. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Cotton. And Councilwoman Cotton, I think you had a few Fourth Ward residents up here who are working already in the industry.
I know. Isn't that something?
All right. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Council President. So I want to thank all the residents that came out today to be heard on an issue that, as you could see, is a little heated. A couple years ago, and I remember before the employees at GTI, we hosted a forum. I hosted a forum in South Paterson where we had close to 300 people that came out. And I heard the people's concerns, so I was ahead of the curve. Some of my colleagues were at that meeting, and I can probably say I was the only one that had the forum 2 years ago listening to the same concerns that are brought up here today. And I always think about what the residents have to say when I make my decisions. But I want to remind everyone that our council president said it best. This isn't about legal or illegal. That boat has sailed. It's passed, and I'm not even going to debate it. I understand what this has done on the communities of color, and it's passed, and we're fixing it. But like Brother Akbar said, there's people still living with the effects and the damages of the war on drugs have done to them. It's not about legal or illegal, but you also have to listen to what's being said. When people voted to legalize or are against it, they didn't vote to legalize to get it sold in their backyard, right? So you could be for marijuana, but you don't want it sold in your backyard. You can want to use it. Very similar. People want to go out to a club. They may not want the club in front of their house. So we have to listen to the concerns of what's being said out there and try to find compromise. On the council, I always try to find middle ground. But I've learned something sitting on this council for 3 years. If you think you're going to make everyone happy, you're probably not doing your job, or you're not doing the right job. Every decision we make, 50% will be happy, 50% will be upset at you. You try to find middle ground, but if we're looking to get everyone, to make everyone happy, it won't work. So that's why, to my council colleagues, if you look at the ordinance we have in front of us, there are some things that I feel is cookie cutter and shouldn't be put in place, right? And if you heard the concerns, many of the concerns was the retail component of selling. We have our back towards the wall right now. As Osner said, we have to make a decision by August 22nd. So when I'm looking at the retail component, to my council colleagues, I think that's where we need to pump the brakes and look at the zoning. That's one of the strengths that the local municipalities have, is zoning. And what we have in front of us says any retail dispensary could be open in any business or commercial district. We're talking about 70, 80 commercial districts in the entire city. That's not smart zoning. That's not smart. It says business or commercial districts. So business or commercial districts are your B1, B2, B3 zones. Am I correct, Corporation Council? It says business or commercial districts. So we're talking about areas where residents are at. People, the access to this may be, for younger people, is not what would be put in those areas or should be put in those areas. So right now what's in front of us is not a zoning map like other municipalities did. Haledon, to the north of us, carved out certain areas that it could be sold at. Passaic did the same thing. We put commercial and business, which really allows it anywhere in the city. Park Ave, Market Street, Madison, 21st Ave, Vreeland, Trenton Ave, Broadway. These are all business or commercial districts, which is opening it anywhere. And that's not smart zoning, and that's not smart planning. And that's what I see with some of the issues we have with our liquor stores. Sometimes I drive by, I'm like, whoa, how did this get approved there? How did this one get approved across the street from a school? Because we just blanketed it. And 40 years ago, I wasn't born 40 years ago. I'm sorry, Councilman Kine.
Councilman Abdulaziz, can you wrap up, please?
Thank you. The council president allowed me
she's
a
not
few
here.
extra.
She's not here now. Can you
So
wrap up?
as stated, we're going to do this. I would recommend looking at the retail component, pumping the brakes until we get a zoning map that is smart and calculated, and allowing the other uses until we see what that zoning map looks like. It's just like turning on a water faucet. We don't need to turn on the water faucet and let all the water out. We could control it and slowly open it. If we ban it, we could always lift the ban in September. We could always lift it in October. We could always lift it in December. If we don't ban it, then we can't. The 5 are in and we don't know where they go from there. So there are some good things, and one of the things I met with the mayor, Councilwoman Rubicon's right. The taxpayers of this city, the homeowners of this city, deserve relief. Every call that I've received was, how is this going to help me out? How are we going to give them relief? And I have one in front of me to my council colleagues. I have it right here. It's a draft. This is the program that I'm recommending that we use some of the cannabis revenue for owner-occupied homeowners that live in their houses and pay taxes. This is where they become shareholders of the marijuana industry. I'm asking for 50% of the revenue that comes in from the tax that we administer to the cannabis industry to be used for a rebate program, or subsidy, as our council wants me to say, a subsidy for owner-occupied homeowners. Listen to that, to the residents listening at home. So if the marijuana industry is selling a lot, that means you get a bigger check. It's almost like the stock market. You're a shareholder. That money comes in. We get 2%. So 50% of that 2% that comes in will go to this rebate program for homeowners that own condos, 1 families, 2 families, and 3 families. This is where we could all be rooting for the same thing. Just like you own a company or you own stocks in a company. They have great quarterly profits. You get a check in the mail. Similar to the cannabis industry. And that sends a little bit of a, it's not ownership, but it's skin in the game and it's relief to our residents. I hope the administration, I want to thank them, Corporation Council and administration, they're on board with this. I've spoken to many of my council colleagues. And Councilman Khan already allocated the other 50%. But there's also additional monies that come in because the state taxes, and as I'm correct, Osner, right? The state gets a tax on the cannabis, and then that money goes to impact zones. That's an additional revenue that comes in besides the 2% fee that the council. I'm going to wrap up, Council President.
Thank you.
I'm going to wrap up. And I heard some of my residents talk about marijuana access. Marijuana is here to stay. And I'm going to use sort of one industry that we have in our city. I represent the 6th Ward that's located on the south side. I know I heard the assistant manager. My residents will be closer to a marijuana facility in the town of Garfield that's allowing it than driving to GTI. They're 2.5 miles to Garfield, and Garfield's opening it up. So they have more accessibility in a town over. 60% of my ward is on a border town. If they go to Garfield, which is 2.5 miles from my ward, compared to going GTI, that's 5 miles. And that's in the city. So even if we ban it, they're just going to go right down the road in the 6th Ward. And I'm trying to find a fair comp. And I've monitored this. I've been studying this. I've been working on this. And I hear it. The big contention is the retail component. And I agree with that. So pumping the brakes on the retail, because we don't have to do a cookie cutter. We don't have to take all 6 one shot. We should see the zoning. It should be strategic so residents are assured. GTI, and I can only bring them up, not because you're here, you're the only industry that we have in the city. For someone else, I'll bring it up also. There's no residential component near their facility for blocks. And no residents complain about it. And that's strategic zoning and location. But once they start popping up like the liquor stores, and that's the other vice that you could look at, that's where we say things are wrong, whether by schools, when they're near residential, where a kid walks by 4 schools and sees banners of Budweiser, Coors. We don't want, and I have that same issue with the vaping and the smoke shops in my ward, and I want to start working on legislation to curtail that also, because that's just as bad. So I'm consistent along where we're going to send the message. It's not to one industry, it's an entire industry. And I see the smoke shops popping up left and right in my ward, I think all around the city now. So, Council President and to the administration, I would recommend, hopefully we could pump the brakes on the retail component for now, because you heard the concerns. Work with the planning department to give us locations that is more zoned instead of a blanket zone around the city. And hopefully we could approve this rebate program that really benefits the homeowners and they could see some tax relief, real tax relief. Not this where we say we're going to not raise taxes and we do. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much. So you've heard from all, and I know Councilwoman, you asked for the floor, but Councilman Abdelaziz has been talking about this for quite some time, even before we started the cannabis conversation. And we heard on this side 50% recreation. We heard on this side rebate tax relief, okay? And I also heard recreation. So I had a conversation with the administration last week. I spoke to Corporation Council specifically about a resolution because I think that it's really important that if we do, because we must take action, whatever that action will be as a body, we need to have, it would be nice to have a full consensus to come to the middle, right? The way I see it is that those monies should be exactly for what we're talking about, recreation, should be for the rebate, okay? Should be for public safety, should be. That's where I'm going. Those are the three things, and maybe I'll give a little percent to the administration for their budget. No, just kidding. No, and I understand, the administration, today the BA in Finance said, well, can we consider, because she's in agreement with recreation, with public safety, with the rebate. She is in agreement, but she says, we are trying to wean out of the transitional aid. So if we continue to lessen, then how are we going to, and obviously other projects will come into place and so forth. But right now, where I'm leaning towards, and I said it in last week's meeting with the Vice President here, you all are my witness, what did I say? I want to make sure that if there's a rollout plan, okay, where's the money going to? Is it going to be a separate fund? What is it going to go to? What percents? Because we can't talk about dollars right now. And the other piece to this is the enforcement piece. I'm in agreement with Councilman Abdelaziz. We don't have everything right now. You know, we don't have all of the regulations because I believe that at the state level, the commission has not met. Am I correct? Corporation Council? All right. But we have to take an action. So council members, I know the Vice President asked for a special meeting, right? To just discuss this. Our time, our window right now, and we have to, come on, let's be mindful here. The clerk said to me, Council President, I know there's a discussion today. You need to determine what route you're going to take because there has to be a first reading, there has to be a public hearing, she has to advertise, and there has to be a second reading, and all of this must be done by August 21st. August 21st, I believe, is a Saturday. Am I correct? Which means we don't meet on Saturdays. So we only have 2 meetings in August. Madam Clerk, when is our workshop in August?
August 4th.
When is our...
It's a Wednesday, because the 3rd is National Night Out.
Right.
And the regular meeting is going to be on the 17th.
On the 17th.
August, yes.
So that is when we would take action. At that point, it would be the second reading. So in between, we have to come together, and I get it, 5 of us can't meet. 5 of us can't meet because we're doing city business, all right? But we all, and we had this weekend. I don't know that anyone reached out to the administration. I know I've been pounding on this, I really have. But I need everyone to know here that I believe that all of my colleagues want the best for the city of Paterson. I don't think there's one person on here, okay, that's gonna grandstand and say, no, not my city, because the reality is, it's here. It's here. Let us not mislead the community. Marijuana, as Councilman Abdelaziz and others say, it's here to stay. So what do? Do we at least have some laws in place and at least get something from it that we can put towards what we mentioned, recreation, rebate, public safety? Or do we say, no, we opt out, we don't do nothing, okay, but it's still here. We still have, as someone, and I won't mention his name, that indicated and said, we have an epidemic, okay, of drugs and heroin, right, in the middle of a pandemic. Who said that, Mr. Mayor?
You referring to me?
He always states that we have...
Actually, that was in the context of gun violence, but you can incorporate that as well.
No, I know,
Yeah.
but in specific to the heroin issue that we have in the city, right?
That was the gun
So Director, I really want you to come before us. I know, and Chief, and first I want to appreciate and thank you for coming today, and the other gentleman as well, because I know that this is going to be something that is going to impact the department. And I have had the conversation with the BA, with Corporation and Corporation Council and the Mayor, that I know that you all will need, okay, you're gonna need some bodies, you're gonna need some structure, some type, you are gonna have to know. And right now, we can't even answer your questions in terms of zones and regulations, right? I did see, you know, Osner indicated, you know, I guess some teacups and how much it would be, but, you know, these are the things that you all need to sit down and let us know as well. So when we're making that decision, that we make sure that the department is taking care of as well, because we can't roll this out, and I'm gonna continue to say it, if I don't feel safe and I don't know that there is a rollout plan, that enforcement is part of it. And when I mean enforcement, I'm just not talking about that, there's an area in the ordinance where it indicates that, you know, if there's someone needs to come before a board, it'll be the corporation council, it'll be the chief of police, it'll be the council president and a council at large. So it's not that it's me, Maritza, it's the seat. The council president will sit at that table and a council at large. And the reason the council at large was chosen, so that way we don't say that third is not having fifth representation and fourth. So in at large, we represent at large the entire city of Paterson. But I want to hear a few words from you, Director.
Thank you, Council President and members of the council, Mayor, Corporation Council, Madam BA. You know, I sat and listened, and I've listened to everybody speak. But you know, we operate, and me and the chief were talking, we operate in a controlled environment. So think about it. We're either going to have people from Hudson County, maybe where they just talked about across in Garfield. So now I have people from Paterson either driving there, getting their marijuana, smoking it in the car, coming back and killing somebody while they drive over them, God forbid, in a DUI type of situation. Or I have a situation where I now have thousands of people that voted for this that are going to be calling delivery trucks to come clog our roadways, have marijuana on board, have cash on board, and be going back. So now I got to worry about robberies. I got to worry about all of those issues. That's just in the short game. There's so many more things we could talk about. But like you said, marijuana is legalized. So we have to face that. And I just don't want to see Paterson be left out of the public safety, of the roads, of the recreation, of the different things we talked about here. Everybody has given a great point. And Oz, I thought your presentation was outstanding. I learned things from that. And you know what? Look, we will be here for you. I've spoken to our ABC, the chief, the captain. We are prepared to do what we need to do to make Paterson better and safer, and we will always be here for that. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I got a question for the director.
1 second, because Councilwoman Mims asked for the floor first, okay?
Just quickly, just a request from the administration. From the time of RISE coming into Paterson, can you just provide me with the dollar amount of revenue that we have generated since they've been here? And you can actually send it to the entire council.
Actually, is the CFO, did he leave? Oh, okay. I do recall that number was discussed. Am I correct in finance?
Do you have that number?
Yeah, I believe it's close to 60,000, but we can get the exact amount.
Is that 60,000?
Every
It was
quarter.
it was for the quarter, the last quarter of 2020.
Okay, so just in totality, what that looks like broken down by quarter, if that's how you receive it. Thank you.
And that's going.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President. I just had two questions. Director, I know the Altoner presented us the fine issues, the $50 fine. That's based on the statute of the state, or that's the $50 we put it? State, so they don't have it higher? Only $50? Less than a loudspeaker?
Because of the decriminalization, you know, they have the fines at the lower rate.
But we're talking about minors. We're talking about see, this is the thing.
Yeah, they want to be able to wipe these records clear. Please correct me if I'm wrong. They want to be able to wipe these records clear. They don't want to be able to do what we've done for decades. We've damaged people's lives
Correct.
that were involved in marijuana.
I agree,
with the
but if you
Rockefeller
look,
drug laws, some people face life.
I agree. Please don't miscommunicate what I'm trying to say. It is that he presented a fine scale of first offense. You talk to the parents. Second offense, you talk to the parents.
Sure.
Third offense is $50. Is our experience that we then could amend if the state raised the penalty for those minors. That's what I'm saying. If they do so, then we could put a higher penalty for those minors that are using marijuana without,
So
you know.
Councilman Velez, I mean, I see where you're coming from, but just always remember that state law supersedes municipal.
That's what I'm saying.
So
I
if the
know
state-
that
if the
we
state
can't
does-
supersede the state.
Once again, I'm not saying that we supersede the state. I'm just saying that if the state decide to put higher fines,
Then we're fine.
then we could amend it to put
Right,
it higher, all level of the state.
Yes.
The second thing is, I know that this is gonna bring revenues, as the mayor always said, and everybody has saying this is gonna be a revenue generator on the city of Paterson, you know, and it's gonna bring a surplus to the city of Paterson. Now, I know everybody spoke about recreation, I know everybody spoke of public safety, I know about roads and equipments and all that. But also, Mayor, if we brag about the surplus of the city in your administration, let's have also fair contract for our public employees and make sure that they are taken care also, and that surplus reflect what our employees needs in the city of Paterson. Saying that, thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have quorum? Yes, we do. All right, Councilman Abdulaziz, and I think, Councilman Khalid, did you want to say something? Okay. Thought you went like this with his
Thank you,
hand.
Madam President. I know that Councilman Khalid recommended a special meeting. I definitely agree to have that a special meeting because the director, you know, you spoke in this piece of legislation, we definitely need a safety component and just very specific and on detail. It's not here. I think we should have, I know the timeline is August 21st. I make all my recommendation. I know the clerk has a note and director, I know that we have to incorporate that in there. And also something that have to be clear is the percentage that I'm advocating for 50% on recreation to make sure that that money goes straight into that category to help our children, to help our youth. I know other council members have other requests, but that have to be stipulated there. I don't know when can we have that special meeting. I know our time window is very, very close, but we're ready and we're available because we know that we need to take action on this. Also on section, page 18 of 21st, so for the person holding the license, the violation for suspension, revocation, or other sanction, the first offense is $250,000. I believe that that's very low. I mean, if you're holding a license, you know, you're a professional, you present the whole plan, and for the first offense having $250, I agree the first offense should be $500 and the second $1,000. So that's not a state statute, and that I believe that, correct me if you're wrong, we created this piece of legislation. It has nothing to do with the state. But people that are not in compliance, people that will be holding license, we have to hold them accountable for the performance. And $250 is not enough for us to say, you know what, you're breaking your own law, you're breaking the law. And I believe that we should start with $500 and the second offense $1,000.
Okay.
And just Madam President, you put together the special meeting, and we'll come back here to have this only discussion. And I think we should continue with the regular agenda, Madam President.
Okay, so we can keep talking about this, all right? I really want to thank the administration. I'm going to allow you to speak, Mr. Mayor. You know, we didn't even go into, I've had people texting me, can you please tell me what the amount of the cost of the licenses will be? You know, we haven't even gotten into that. You know, and I know that we did have the discussion of potentially charging a $60,000, and I believe that is a fee for the city, correct? Mm-hmm. That's not the fee that the state is going to charge. The state will have another charge, am I correct? Mm-hmm. All right, so, you know, these are things that we have to put out here, because, you know, I heard a few gentlemen from here, from the city of Paterson saying, you know what, this is supposed to help us, right? And we want to be, and when I say we, not me, but I'm talking as a community of being able to have access, you know, I don't know that we are the ones who are going to be holding the process of that application. That application, if I'm not understand, if it's, correct me if I'm wrong, the state is going to do the actual issuing of the license, and then they will be able to go to the municipalities that have X, Y, and Z license and come before us. Am I correct, administration? Corporation Counsel?
Yes, thank you, Council President. So the way the process is set up at this point is, an applicant will apply to the state. The state will check off its criteria. If it meets the criteria, it will then send it down to the local municipality for which the license is sought. The municipality at that point would review the application and see if it comports with the local ordinance. And if it does, report that back to the state, at which point the state is supposed to issue the license.
Okay, so with that said, local ordinance,
So,
I'm in agreement of how one entity cannot be the one issuing the licenses, okay? I'm in agreement with my colleagues that the stuff needs to be written on the ordinance, so that way we cannot then come back and say, but you approved this. And listen, today, I don't have nothing against the individual that was stated, because it wasn't by name, it was by title. So the Director of Economic Development, I could see why he's there. This is nothing against the person. But tomorrow he goes somewhere else and someone else comes and has a different vision, and only that person has the authority. And I believe it should not be one person. It needs to be, to me, I feel that there needs to be other entities that will be able to do. Just like when we're, getting ready to review, CDBG monies, and it goes through a committee, and that committee vets it, and then the director looks at everything that was submitted and the recommendations, and the director then says, okay, out of X, Y, and Z, as a director, these are my recommendations. So Corporation Counsel, I know that you've been working very hard on this, all right? And I know that the administration is as well. Our recommendations have to be in consideration in order for us to come to the middle. So, those are my words. I'll leave it right there. There's so much more. I have like all these notes that I have here, but
Council President, who's putting the $60,000 sales of the license? Who's putting that price?
No, the city. That's the city.
So if you look at the market, everybody sell liquor license for $75,000, $150,000 up. So why that have to be lower?
So actually, you know what? Thank you.
Because
I do want to ask this one second,
administration
Councilman
cannot
Velez.
be sitting down with particular individuals out there and putting a price.
Councilman Velez. So, how did you come up with the 60,000 mark?
Who you spoke to? Hey.
Osner, Corporation Counsel.
Thank you, Council President. I believe those numbers were set in consultation with the Economic Development Department, and I believe some of the thought process that went into it, and again, it's open to the consideration of the council, is you wanted to ensure that the number wasn't high enough that barred people from entering the business that wanted to do it, but it also wasn't low enough so that people who weren't serious about the business would find it super easy to enter the business.
So, Council President,
So that's sort of the thought process. That's sort of the thought process with that, and obviously it's a fungible number. It's a number that's debatable, and
So it's a number that's debatable. Council members?
And just one final point, Council President, because I think this is important too. With all of the fees in the proposed ordinance, they go down substantially if certain criteria are met. For example, if a third of the residents that are going to be employed by the cannabis business are from Paterson residents, then that number goes down. If it's a minority-owned business or a woman-owned business, that number goes down again. And if it's a business, if that business hires locally, at least 1/3 is a minority or woman-owned business, and it contracts locally with Paterson-based businesses, for example, advertising services, food services, janitorial, with 2 Paterson businesses, then that fee could be eliminated entirely.
Wow.
So there's economic incentives there to entice businesses to not only locate to Paterson, but work in Paterson, hire Paterson, work with businesses that have nothing to do with the marijuana or cannabis industry. And we thought those, and I always say we, Economic Development, Osner, and Mike Powell and the administration has put some thought into this. That was the goal with these numbers, to make it high enough and then have step downs to incentivize
Correct.
people to
So-
include the
so-
community.
So what is the price of the marijuana license in the state?
Councilman Velez, please ask for the floor.
Oh, thank you.
Councilman Velez.
We had a conversation. So give me an example, if you know, Corporate Counsel, you've been working on this a lot. What will be the medical marijuana license price if the state is going to honor it? How much, approximately what? $500,000, $1 million, what?
Are you talking about medical marijuana?
Medical marijuana
or,
license. How much cost for the state?
No, because we're not going to issue medical, just so you know that.
I know, but what will be the
That-
license? I know Rice is here, they could answer that, but what will be the price for that license? How much?
Nobody's hearing you. Just come to the microphone.
So right now it's $20,000 for medical cannabis, and we're waiting for August 22nd for us to get a better understanding of what the amount is going to be from the state for recreational cannabis. And to also answer your question, when we looked at the fees, we also wanted to be competitive, because at the end of the day, this is going to be a competitive market. We're not looking at only Passaic County, we're not only looking at the city of Paterson, but we're competing with the state of New Jersey. So all of our rates are competitive and they're comparable to other municipalities that are going to proceed with this.
But let's be clear on this. It's not only marijuana. You got every product made with cannabis, like gummy bears, et cetera, right?
However, before they can even before they can start some of these micro businesses, they have to have the license itself.
Right.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Last, Council President, Corporate Counsel, can you give me at least a comparison of price of other cities in the state of New Jersey, how much their license is or whatever?
So, Councilman Velez, this is why we're going to have a special meeting.
All right.
If we continue with this conversation, which rightfully so, we need to have it. So I'm not saying, but I don't want nobody coming back to me and walking out of here because it's 10 o'clock and it's time to go home. So I'm trying to have order here, which all of the questions you're asking legitimately are correct. This is what we want. Okay, but we need to have that special meeting, because I'm in agreement with you. I want to see what other municipalities, what they're going to charge.
But for the record, because I know that we have an audience watching at home, to answer his question, the prices range from, I don't want to mention any other municipality, but they range anywhere from $40,000 to $100,000.
Good.
Okay.
Good.
Okay.
All right, so we could discard the 60.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilman Velez. We're going to finalize, Councilman Mendez, just quickly. I'm going to allow the mayor to say a few words, and we're going right into our workshop.
Thank you.
We are in our
Can you go
workshop.
back to the mic, brother? I just got my last question to you, and I just want you to look into page 13 of 21 on number 6. You specify here that the applicant should submit all required fees which are non-refundable. And I want Corporation Counsel to add into this. So the applicant should submit all required fees which are non-refundable for the application and license conditioned upon the state issuance of the license, authority to operate in accordance with the following fee schedule. License class 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 is $40,000, and class 5, which is only $10,000, which is retail one. So I have a question on that.
That is an adequate question.
So hold it right there. So the question that I have is for Corporation Counsel, because you say that the fees are non-refundable. Let's say if John Doe apply for a license and they pay the fee and they don't get the license, are we not opening into a lawsuit situation because it's non-refundable? I need an answer for you, Corporation Counsel, and also the difference between the $10,000 versus $40,000 and that. That's the two questions that I have.
May I, Council President? It's legal. You can have non-refundable fees.
Not refundable for fees, totally legal. Thank you.
It's legal, okay.
And Councilman Mendez, the difference in the price is because I stated during the presentation that delivery services, once they're approved by the state, there's nothing that we can't stop
So
the
we're going to
delivery
have
services.
Uber weed?
We might.
We got Uber Eats, we're gonna have
Start giving idea, Madam President, please. Start giving idea.
DoorDash weed, I mean,
Listen.
anyway, listen, thank you so much, council members, thank you so much. I know that there's still so much more that we need to discuss. I think this was it was a healthy discussion, but we need more, we definitely need more. So, Mr. Mayor, I want to say something to you. Thank you so much today for being here. This is something that is going to change this city around, and you are the mayor of this city. And thank you for staying during the public portion. I think people needed to see that you were here, all right, even though, you know, it was pertaining to cannabis, all right, but I do appreciate you being here today. Mr. Mayor?
Council President, credit goes to you for leveraging your role as a convener, for hosting the meeting last week, for entertaining the discussion tonight. Many salient points were raised, and this is a conversation that needs to be continued because of the ramifications and what I believe the positive impact and the benefits that it holds for Paterson. Our Corporation Council often uses the example of Amazon, and Jeff Bezos, being the visionary that he is, was light years ahead of everyone else. And for the last 10 years, everyone has been trying to catch up. Paterson's the first planned industrial city. This is an emerging industry that we have to capitalize on. And quite frankly, it goes beyond just generating revenue and jobs, which is important, but there's also the social justice aspect of it as well. Councilman Mendez, you raised a few points yourself. Yesterday, we actually hired more inspectors for street cleaning. One of them actually wrote 5 books worth of tickets. We want to make note of that. And this administration is determined to work in concert with the council to increase our recreation budget, which our budget does, 25%, and fix our fields and our parks. Tonight, you're voting on the Putnam Oval project, which is the last of the items that need to be voted on. So we have a shared vision, and I'm hoping that vision is about cannabis and where we need to go, a path to progress in Paterson. Thank you, Council President.
So thank you so much, and I'm going to say this because you said something, it's not just about jobs. Listen, we need ownership as well. You know, so I'm here, I'm for the community, you know, I'm with the jobs, all right? Monies for recreation, monies for public safety, monies for tax relief, tax rebates for our our homeowners who live in their homes, occupied, I keep saying that wrong, but occupied homeowners, all right? But we also need ownership. We as well, it's time that our people also start making some money. So I'm afraid where I am right now is that I'll go in support of this because of all the greater things that can happen, right? And I don't wanna, I wanna be with Amazon right there, right? But I'm afraid that it is going to be the other people that will have their lobbyists at the state level lobbying the people so they can get their monies and then come here to the city of Paterson and have one entity determine. So that's where I am. And again, to the community, I'm not saying yes and I'm not saying no. But I will say this to you. I see so much more positive, I see so much more pros than I do cons. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam President. Mayor mentioned the word share vision, and also I keep hearing recreation. I think we need to reach out to our school district as well. They have over $600 million budget. They need to open up the school for after-school programs. There isn't anything going on, so our Board of Education need to play a big part in this recreation project or process. Mayor, I think, I know you have a good relationship with our superintendent of school, Eileen Schaefer. I think you should reach out to her, and we should have a shared vision, like you said. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay, Madam Clerk, we're going to proceed with our, thank you, with our
Agenda, yes.
Councilman, maybe want to stretch out, but don't leave because we won't have, what did he say? Okay, all right, so you know what, let's do a little 5 real quick, because you know what, people need to stretch out if anybody needs to go to the bathroom. So you know what I'm gonna do, Director, yeah, hold up. It's 27, 27 and 28, correct? Oh, wait, that's right. So hold on a minute. 25 is gonna go on consent, Councilman. 27, that one's gonna go consent. So, Director, I'm not gonna need you. No, listen. And the chief, you're gonna be able to leave. I'm gonna proceed with 25, 27, and 28. It's gonna go on consent. All right? Yeah. It's long, all right? Thanks a lot. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow, okay? Thank you, Chief, for being here.
I'll see you. Thank you, Councilman. Take care.
I heard her.
Bear with us for a minute, okay?
33, Madam President.
Okay, just.
Where we at?
Do I have, okay,
Call
we
it,
have
yeah.
five. Madam Clerk, we're
Yes,
back,
yes,
we're
ma'am.
back on,
Yes, yes,
we're back on. So, Madam Clerk, we're gonna move with, items 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 for first reading.
Are you saying 5?
I'm sorry?
Not
Which-
5.
which one
I
you
said
talking?
5.
5 is one of the discussion items.
I'm sorry?
Number 5 is one of the discussion items that we had today.
Not number 5, Council President. Number 5 is cannabis.
Oh,
License.
wait a
So number
minute, so
5,
wait a
we
minute,
had
so
just
5.
discussed- Yes, 5 is,
Is out.
may have to be on the
For
special
right, okay, so
meeting.
for right now, council members, it's going on first reading on Tuesday.
Council President.
Number 5.
Council
Council members
President.
just,
Yeah, okay.
it has to be advertised,
So,
if not, we can't move forward.
Director Billy, Council President.
Ju-
Ordinance number,
Okay, hold on one second, Councilman Velez, just quickly, guys, we're gonna do this quickly, okay?
Quickly.
Madam Clerk, number 5 is gonna go for first reading.
Okay.
Okay, now, please understand that we need whatever amendments, whatever conversation we just had with Osner, all right? I know that what we saw was a draft. If it comes back and the council decides to pull it, so let us be clear that from here in the next few days, we need to be having a whole bunch of conversations. But I do want to move forward to put it for a first reading for Tuesday.
Agree.
Okay, agreed? Agreed?
great, Council
Council
President.
members?
Yeah.
Councilman, so now we're gonna move forward to, you wanted to say something about 6?
No, actually, number 9.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, 6 is going on first, 7 is going on first, 8 is going on first, 9.
9 is good. Director Billy, 9 has another piece of it. The Dover Street will go one way, Cedar Street has one-way street northbound. The street next to it supposed to be one-way going to 20th Avenue, and I did a field trip with the engineering. I don't know why it's not here, but they're supposed to go together. And number 9 says ordinance designating Dover Street between 20th Avenue and Cedar Street as one-way street northbound. So the other one's supposed to say Lewis Street, one-way from Cedar, one-way street in the southbound. Yeah, Lewis, yeah. Huh? No, from Cedar to 20th Avenue is 2 ways, and the street's too narrow to have it 2 ways. So it's supposed to go like this. Yeah, he's on vacation. So we could do this one first, and then we come back with the other one. Thank you, President.
So Councilman Velez, we're
Good.
moving forward with the first reading for 9.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
10 and 11,
Madam President.
okay?
On 11, just a quick comment. Director, on 11, we are approving around 14 new handicap spot. Please, let's have a list of the location of handicap that is being removed. I'm getting a lot of calls from people that are moved out of town and new tenant are utilizing those handicaps. So let's stay on top of that. Let's get the whole list of handicap that is being removed because it's not being utilized anymore for the people that apply for.
Whole child's on vacation. Soon as he gets back, I'll have that list to the whole council.
Yeah.
And I know that normally there's always a resolution with
Yes,
repeals
to
as
remove,
well,
yes.
so
But
good,
I
very
haven't
good.
seen I haven't seen that
Okay.
resolution in a long time of repealing handicap parking spots. So
Okay.
we gotta get on top of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just a
Councilman
quick question
Mendez.
Quick
to
question,
the director.
Councilwoman. Right.
Hold on. I know that Councilwoman Khan actually asked first, but Councilwoman Mims, is it pertaining to 11?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Just a quick question on Lafayette. I see the addresses here, and the application has been in for a while. Can we check on, I believe it's 182 Lafayette Street, to make sure that the license plate is on that signage?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yeah, thank you. Do me a favor too, Director, 549 Madison and 49 North York.
49?
549 Madison,
No, North York, 49?
49.
Okay.
Also 187,
I got that one already.
Okay.
I got that.
we got that one? Okay.
Thank you very much, thank you very much. And since you're up there, all right, we're gonna just complete with you so that way you can go bye-bye, okay? 29 is going to go on consent, 30 is on consent, those two are together. 31 is on consent, 32 is on consent.
33 and 34 are applications for sewer connections.
Right.
Run-of-the-mill
Okay,
applications.
that's, 33 is consent, 34 is consent,
35 and 36 are monitoring wells.
Right.
consent, and 36 consent. So, Madam Clerk,
Have a great night.
Yes, I have those.
29 through 36 is on consent. Going back, police, items 20, fire, 25 is on consent, 26 is on consent, 27 is on consent. I'm sorry, I'm going back. 24 is on consent. 18 is consent, 19 is regular, 20 is regular, 21 is regular, 22 is regular, 23 is regular.
Which one is,
Okay,
Okay,
hold on one second, hold on. Okay, does anyone have any questions? I know that we have to advertise today the public hearing, the adoption of the SID. Does anyone have any questions?
Council President, before you move forward, please, I did a correction, Madam Clerk.
Yes, I see it here. I see it. It's on there. The one that you,
No, number 22.
it's added.
No, it's added, but, I know it's added, but there's some on the title, where it says Mr. Juan Santiago, is supposed to say Juan Mitch Santiago.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
Correct,
that's right.
yeah.
Okay, so that's something you can, Corporation Council, that can be added. Okay. Okay, very well.
It's 20,
I want 24 on regular, 24 on regular.
You can't do one and not the other.
I'll put both on regular.
you want 23 for
Hold on.
consent or
Hold
regular?
on, so, one second. So, okay, I'm sorry. Yes, my apologies. Madam Clerk, 24 is gonna go on regular. And I understand that if any council member here has any questions, we can't put it on consent. It has to be.
24 and regular?
Anyone has any questions on that one?
Yes,
Which one?
yes.
Which one?
So could we answer it now?
Which one?
He'd like it
Just on regular.
on regular, Councilman.
You have any problem with that,
Abdelaziz?
Councilman Abdelaziz?
No,
No,
so,
no, no.
so,
All right, thank you.
it's a discussion, it's a workshop, but if there's any questions, let's answer it here so we can just vote on it.
So, no, Councilman Abdelaziz.
It can stay
you-
on regular.
Okay, Councilman Abdelaziz, if there is anyone for any reason that today does not gonna put, but they're not gonna support it, they cannot vote on the consent agenda because it has to, so this is why, if any council member says to me, please put it on regular, I'm gonna move forward to do that.
Council President, I'm not questioning the consent regular. What I'm questioning is if there's a discussion on something, I'm taking notes, so when we get there,
Okay.
we can answer all our questions, so they have a week to get any information that's needed, instead of
Okay.
at the Tuesday meeting. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, thank you very much. And, you know, on that note, council members, we are almost done with this agenda.
Council President, are
Wait,
you
wait,
talking about 24 or 27?
24.
24 is always a regular item that comes every
I
year.
understand, and I indicated, council members, I indicated that all bazaars would go on consent, but if there's someone on the council that does not agree, it cannot go on consent. So it'll go on regular, okay? Now, I am gonna say this,
Everybody
Councilman
understands that.
Abdelaziz, one second. Councilman Abdelaziz brought a point that I really want my colleagues, I wish that everyone was here right now, because there's two members, they're probably watching, I hope you are. The way we're going to conduct business this next year is that we're gonna have all the conversations in the world. I hope council members are listening to what I'm saying. We are going to do our city business on Tuesday's workshops. And when we come to, and all questions, and maybe we have a question that can come up, that's okay, that's the normal. But we will be limiting in the regular, when it is a voting session, we will be limiting, I will, as a council president, I don't want to use the gavel this year.
Yeah.
I don't think I need to. And I will be calling roll call. And when I call Madam Clerk, when I say roll call, we're going to go on roll call, all right? So
Perfect.
let us have the discussions in workshop.
Yes.
And anybody can reach out to me at whatever point I can meet up. We can have conversations. We can meet up with the administration. I'm going to be bothering. This year is going to be a working year.
Yes.
I have a question on number 12 really quick, since the director of the improvement district is here.
That's the one that I said, that if there's anyone that has
Sure,
any
and
questions.
it's just a comment, director, for the record. I know you spoke about the budget, that the budget is already,
That's
all
gonna
the
go on
line
regular.
items.
It's going on regular. That's not going on
They all
consent.
going, but just since you're here, you spoke about the budget, all the budget, if the money's been split already. But it's your commitment, you understand the need of incorporating a safety components on your budget. I'm looking forward to see that on your next fiscal budget that will be submitted. That's my hope, because I know it's needed, and the business in downtown, they will definitely appreciate it. All right? Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, thank you very much. So,
Madam
Council,
President,
you have a
quick-
question on
Yeah,
12?
just a quick question. I'm not.
Councilwoman Mims.
I'm not going against the request of Councilman Mendez, but I am asking a question. There's two bazaars that are listed. Why is one being requested for regular and the other one going to consent? With all the documentation is attached for both. So I'm just asking the question.
Okay, so once again, council members, you can leave. It's obvious, your item will be on regular for...
I have a question for him.
Okay, so again, council members, I started the meeting by saying that all bazaars, because they've gone through finance, we've reviewed all documentation, I've met with the clerk, I've spoken to licensing Awoda, everything is in the packet, insurances has been checked, the checklist is checked.
That's right.
All right, that is why I said consent. But if there's a council member here that says to me, I want this item on regular, I must abide by that, because that council member will not be able to vote on consent. So please, let us not make this a bigger issue. I want to hear what the person has to say, and obviously he'll say it next week. But for right now, can we move forward with this meeting? We're almost done, and I will continue to say it. There's been plenty of times where a council president has indicated consent, and a member has said, please, regular, and we take it out. All right, so with that said, that item has been requested to be put on regular, and it will be put on regular.
Council President.
Councilman Abdelaziz.
And I am actually commending you, and what I want to say is that's great, because every member could remove anything from consent, and if one person doesn't want it, it doesn't go on consent. What I want to do is hold the people accountable, the council members. If we're removing things, let's discuss it at workshop. I don't want to go to council, and it's trying to not do the insanity over and over again. We come here, we can discuss it at 2 a.m., and then we go to next week and we discuss it till 2 a.m. I'd rather say, if I'm pulling something off regular, just make sure you don't entertain that discussion, because they have every ability to discuss it now. That's all, and I'm asking you as council president, hold us accountable.
Okay.
Because these are
Council
workshops, and then we discuss, and we have an obligation at the regular meetings to vote. If we don't like it, we vote no.
Okay.
And that's it.
Council President.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes, sometimes we just put it on regular, any item, so somebody could make a statement when they vote. So, I mean,
Okay.
we should not even discuss
I agree.
about it.
Right.
It's on regular, it's on regular
Points
basis.
taken, duly noted. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, items 14, regular, 15, regular, 16, consent. Does anyone have any questions right now to the administration on 14, 15, and 16? I said 14 is regular, 15 is regular, and 16 consent. We're awarding contracts, and depending if they're state contracts, and in this case, Edmonds, although this contract, we've given Edmonds a contract. If everyone's okay with 14, I could put 14 on consent.
Can
no one has
13 be
questions.
consent?
Huh?
Can 13 be consent?
13 is
13.
out.
We're actually,
They-
13
they
is-
asked to
Oh, you
remove
removed
13.
it?
It's removed.
Council President, if there's no questions, let's put on consent. If anyone
Okay,
has a
so
question
you know
from
what,
here,
Madam
we pull
Clerk?
it off.
Madam
Four-
Clerk,
yes, ma'am.
the council agrees 14 is consent.
We can amend it?
14 and, just 14 and
Question.
15?
Question.
One
Can I ask a
second.
question?
Question.
One second. Madam Clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
14 and 16 are consent. What is your question? Is it on 15?
14 and 15.
Councilman Bellis?
We are doing a resolution authorizing a contract, a work contract. This is always here. The prices have changed?
I don't know if the price, how much has changed. I can double check from last year's.
Oh, come on.
This is from my IT
So-
director.
So let's do
we-
this, Councilman Mendez,
yeah.
Councilman Velez, let's do this, right? We'll put it on consent, right? Your questions are not answered, you'll remove it on.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, that would be
So we're
good.
gonna put it on consent. Madam BA, please make sure that you reach out to Councilman, actually, to everyone, just send, just indicating.
To see if it's, what was the price change? We renewing contract, we giving back again a contract, but I want to know if the prices went up, how many people, you know.
Okay.
Madam President,
And so that'll be on 14 and 15, because those are your two questions, correct?
Yeah, the prices, the price of the contract, that's why.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, back again, 14, 15, 16, consent.
13 is regular consent.
Just,
13 is scratched out. Oh, you know what it is? You don't have it
13,
updated.
as per the BA.
It was
13
removed
is-
by the administration.
Oh, no,
It was striked.
I have the old copy, Madam
Oh, you
Clerk.
have
so I
Because you bought
it.
yours from home, that's
Oh,
why.
gotcha,
don't have
all
it.
right.
That's a good
don't have
So
copy.
13 is out, huh?
so,
13 has been taken off by the administration.
why?
Well,
We don't
No.
need to have the discussion right now because we don't discuss items that
I
are
know,
deep-
but, I know, Council President, but you know there's lingering around a lawsuit or whatever because they was connected to us and we supposed to collect money from Woodland Park, from Heldon.
Yeah, but there was a connection from us to them, from them to us. So there's some verbiage that needs to be corrected.
Oh, okay.
Because it's actually almost like a wash, a swap, okay? But we need further more discussion, so that one is taken off,
All
okay?
right, good, good,
All
good,
right,
good.
so Madam Clerk, 17, I think I'm repeating myself, but 17 is
Consent.
consent, 18 is consent, 19 regular, 20 regular, 21 regular, 22 regular, 23 regular, 24 regular, 25 consent, 26 consent, 27 consent, 28 consent, 29 regular, 30, I'm sorry, no.
29 consent.
29 and 30 are consent, because they go together.
You
31 consent, 32 consent,
You did them already,
33.
Council President.
You
I'm
did
sorry?
already, yeah.
Yes.
She want to extend the meeting today.
You did done already.
No, I know, I just want to repeat and make sure that my notes were correct.
Right, right.
I'm going fast.
Yes, you're good.
Keep going, Council President.
Council President, you're good.
You do
33
great tonight.
consent, 34 consent, 35 consent, 36 consent, 37.
Where's the resolution that we spoke about, that Mike Powell was supposed to put today?
Consent.
From those,
Yes, 37 is consent, Madam Clerk.
Okay, I got it.
you got it, Council President?
Hold on one second. 40 is consent. 38 is the resolution to authorize complaint to foreclose the tax sale certificates in REM on Block 115, Piercy Street, owned by Galaxy. So this is being removed, right, madam?
Yep, so this is what will
38,
come back.
Madam Clerk, is being removed at this time.
So remove 38, 38 is off, okay.
Okay,
39,
yeah.
this is the purging of taxes. Please, we discussed this in finance. I know Councilman Kalik had various questions, so if you can just quickly indicate what 39 is, which I think everyone will agree that we should move forward and put it on consent, but go ahead.
Regular.
Just quickly. No, she's gonna tell you the reason why.
We're just purging 2021 taxes for parking authority property.
Regular.
It used to be the
Can you
subway.
be a little
that-
more specific,
It
Mr.
used to be the-
CFO? How you gonna convince
That's the blue-
Councilwoman Mims if you just read what's here?
That's the blue
Explain what it
garage.
is.
That's the blue garage.
It used to be a subway. Parking authority owned it. It was a subway, and the subway
It's been
they
empty.
foreclosed on. So
It's been empty
it's a
for-
parking authority property.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Javier, I thought that we voted on this already one time when
Yeah.
the subway, well, what did we vote on before?
From 2020. So this is just the
Oh,
purge,
that's from
2021.
another year tax.
That's why we.
That's correct.
Oh, so now this is a second year tax
This is
that we're.
2021.
Okay.
So they're not getting
So,
anything
so,
for the
so
purging.
Javier, Javier,
Okay.
who's supposed to change the code on the tax or to avoid this?
What happened is because we
Councilman
went over
Velez,
to,
council members and Mr. CFO, if you don't hear me give someone the floor, please don't answer. We must be orderly, so please ask for the floor. Councilman Velez?
Yes, Council President, is that when I say the floor, you was talking to, okay. So, can you tell tax assessor to change the coding on because it will happen again next year.
he changed the coding, but we went from fiscal
Yeah.
to calendar.
To calendar,
So we
that's the
billed
reason for that.
2020 and 2021.
Council President?
So, council members, if you're okay, I'd like to proceed with 39 on consent. Is
Council
that
President?
okay?
Correct.
Councilman
Consent.
Abdelaziz.
I have a question on this one. So 39, so we're purging it because there's no longer a business there, right?
Correct.
And what if, so I know they said they changed the code, but what if they get a new lease and it goes back to private?
They
So
go
we would
back.
have to put them back on the tax roll.
Correct.
Thank you,
Can
Council
we
President.
make
I'm
sure
good
to
with
make a
consent.
note of that, because that tends to be an issue?
Well, a lot of us drive by. You work across the street.
I work across the street.
So when you
I'll be-
buy,
I will
a
make sure.
sandwich at the new deli, you let us know, all right?
Councilwoman Cotton?
Now, we're gonna put a marijuana retail place in.
No, 38 has been taken off. Yeah, 39 is consent, 40 is consent, 41 is regular, 42 is regular,
Madam
and 43 is
President, if I may,
consent.
Madam President, if I may.
Yes.
41 requires a public hearing. Economic Development has to publish this item. It will not be able to go on for the 20th. However, I was just given some further instruction that
What's the
you're
resolution?
going to schedule a special meeting at the workshop in August to take action on 41, is that correct?
Well, we're going to take action, so what
Not-
you're saying is it
not
needs
on
to
the-
be advertised.
Yeah, not on the 20th. though.
So it won't go on the 20th, it'll go in our next voting session, which will be August 17th.
Yes, but I was just given some other instruction that the director had asked is asking permission if it could go on to a special meeting at the workshop. I'm not sure what
If
happened.
there could be a special meeting, you said in the workshop?
On the, August
On
4th.
August 4th workshop, Madam President.
No,
You know what?
no,
Yes,
yeah.
absolutely,
It's because we're nice with you guys.
absolutely.
Okay, all right.
But I like
Absolutely.
you.
For
My amigo.
Absolutely, okay, so with that said, so that way you have enough time to advertise, okay, and
Sure.
move forward.
Fair
Okay,
enough.
very good.
Yep.
So council members, and Madam Clerk, we're good, correct?
Council President, number 42, you stated consent or regular?
Regular.
It's just an application to apply for a grant.
Consent.
Oh, wait a minute, no, that's.
Which one? Which
I'm
one is
sorry.
that? Can you repeat, please?
Number 40,
42, so 41 is regular, right, and then public hearing, it'll go on a special August 4th. 42 will go on consent. And
Oh,
40,
42 consent?
yes.
Now, I got a question for 42.
I think this one needs a public hearing as well. I think they did, this is published, I'm asking for proof of the publication. I have an email from legal department.
Wait a minute, I'm
on
sorry,
41.
I don't want to go into detail here. Madam BA, is this the item we discussed with the entity that's going to be,
You mean, Council
42.
President? No, that's a separate one.
that's a separate one?
Yes, this is through DEP, through Green Acres.
I got a question on 42.
Okay, so hold on a minute.
That one, I think the director might be able to...
This is authorizing the Department of Economic Development to apply.
Correct.
To apply for Urban Parks Initiative grant.
Correct.
yeah, there's no acceptance, there's no,
Right.
yeah, it's
so-
just
So
application.
this is going to go, Madam Clerk, on consent. What is your
Yeah,
question,
but Council
Councilman
President, I
Velez?
have a question.
Councilman Velez, yes.
We in this desire to see our parks in the city of Paterson get fixed. And I see the application for this is for the Great Falls.
This is for part of the ATP site, which is where the Colt Mill is.
Yes.
So it's to continue the remediation of work that's over there. We've got match dollars that are coming from the EPA, from the federal government. So this is a
Match
$500,000 grant.
So it's matching grant?
No match.
No, we
So
don't
you
need
say
that.
match.
No match. I'm saying the federal government is providing us additional dollars.
So Mr. Powell, the same energy that you guys are putting a kind of development into the Great Falls and the Hinckley Stadium. Can you put the same energy for other pocket parks and regular parks?
Councilman
Without a
Velez, do not answer right now. Councilman Velez, you have a surprise coming.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that is something that you are correct. I think I said that to you today, Madam Beer. Put that same effort, and let me tell you, some good stuff is getting ready to happen. Paterson, I can't wait to talk about it. Unfortunately, the entity that is going to be providing some great stuff for our city, specifically parks, has asked that we do not release any of the information till they do their a press conference. So we are not, right now, this is why we don't have anything before us, but you are right. And we'll be having a sidebar in a minute. So
See,
at this time,
I got a crystal ball.
at this time, I'd like a motion to close the
Second.
workshop.
Second.
Who moved it?
No, you're 43. Where is going 43?
Consent.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, that's the result. As I just said, all of them were discussed. Madam Clerk reviewed all of them. All of the paperwork is there. This meeting today is being moved to close by Councilman Mendez, and it is being second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the workshop of Tuesday, July 13th.
13.
Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. Roll call to close the workshop session of July 13, 2021. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, to my council colleagues, please check your emails. I will be emailing you the resolution for the rebate program, the draft resolution, so I can get some feedback and more discussion with all of you that could definitely bring some financial relief to our residents. I want to thank Corporation Council for working with me, our council president, council vice president. To the residents of 6th Ward, PSC&G will be resurfacing on Trenton Avenue. You'll see right now that they milled all the roads that they will be continuing is East 30th. We're going to be doing 22nd Ave and some of the other roads that they started their gas line projects. I want to thank PSC&G for getting that on schedule and hopefully before the summer concludes and the bad weather comes. So please be patient with the inconvenience, but once they're done, we'll have resurfaced roads for the areas that they dug. Everyone else, have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just two issues that I want to address to the administration. I need for you to find out when Van Houten Street was paved. I know it's not 5 years yet. I have 3 sinkholes that has is Rosa Parks and Van Houten. The other one is Summer Street and Van Houten. I need to. Is somebody writing this down? I need to know, it hasn't been 5 years that it's been paved. I have exactly about 3 sinkholes that's happening at each of the intersections. No, it's supposed to be 5 years. It's not 3 years. That they're supposed to do the correct thing. So please look into that for me. Also, you heard the young lady speaking here tonight, Kathy Morgan. I don't know why nobody didn't see that campsite on that railroad track on Van Houten, no, Ellison, no, on the
Ellison
railroad
Street
track.
by Walgreens.
You said what? I mean, I don't do that to you. Stop it, Councilman. What are you saying? I'm saying it's on Ellison Street between Park Avenue. How nobody saw that campsite on that railroad track? I think the community needs to understand, and I had said it over and over before, that the railroad track, my understanding was that they pay us to have the tracks clean. No. Now I understand that they do not give us any money. I want to find out for sure if the railroad company is paying the city of Paterson any extra money to clean these tracks. If they're not, then I think that we need to make sure that we stay on top of them, because all the way from, I guess, Fifth Avenue, all the way over down to the end, it's just totally a mess. And I need for the city to look into some of that stuff that's, but for you not to be able to see those camps over there on that track, it's like, I don't know. nobody never went across. But I just want to say, please look into those two things. Also, I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight to talk about the cannabis, and I'm looking forward to having our special meeting. Like I said, I've gone to 2 states, Nevada and Arizona, to visit, so I can share with my colleagues what I have seen and what I think that we need to look for. I have already stated what I'm looking for. If we're going to do this, what I'm looking for. I'm not crazy about dispensaries, but I've gone to states where you barely know what they are until you get inside of it. You really don't know what they are. But for the community, for coming out, I want to thank you all for coming out and expressing all your concerns of everything that's going on. Also, I know that we're going to have, I know what. Don't forget, at Barber Park, we're turning Barber Park into a miniature golf course for 2 days. And I'm looking forward to that for families. It's for families. It's not just for children, it's for families. For everyone to come out to be able to participate, and I think which would be a great idea. With that being said, Madam Clerk, I just want to say to you all out there, God bless you all, and have a great evening. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Good night, Paterson. My vote is yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Councilman Kelly is my favorite, without a doubt. Just before my vote, I would like to just thank all the residents of the great city of Paterson for being here tonight and being so vocal about the issues that are affecting our community. People that came in to talk about some in favor of the cannabis legalization in the city of Paterson, all the legislation, and some in favor. But the most important is that every person that came into the mic, they spoke about what's going on in Paterson, the lack of services that we're getting, the homelessness situation, the drug addict situation that we're facing. And those are problems that are affecting our community. The mayor was here tonight, and it's definitely my hope that he take note tonight and he start taking action tomorrow. Madam BA is still getting picture from Roselli, East 81st Street. They didn't pick up a lot of the garbage in that area. I just got a picture right now from 426 East 81st Street. I would like to know the summons that we're getting from to Roselli for not being compliant, because it's, for the last 2 weeks it's been horrible, especially in a lot of different areas of the third ward, and I'm assuming that in other areas of the city as well. So please look into that. Let's continue the conversation. I think that to all our Pattersonians, we have a lot of work to do with this legislation. And if we do it right, the community is going to receive the benefit directly. Once again, I definitely don't trust the administration by getting all those revenue into the budget. I will continue fighting to make sure that 50% of that get into recreation, because that's what we need. Our children, there's nothing for our kids here, and we have to start taking care of our future. They are our future. We have to start putting those programs together for our kids. And this is the time to do it. And we will have the revenue if we do things the right way. So with that being said, Paterson, good evening, and God bless you all. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
So first of all, my heartfelt condolences goes out to the first African-American female mayor from Camden, New Jersey, where the governor has decided to lower the flag at half-mast on behalf of her being the first African-American mayor in the entire state of New Jersey. So my heartfelt condolences goes out to her. She was a delegate alongside of Councilwoman Ames and Councilwoman Dr. Jesse Dixon. So our heartfelt condolences out to their community and to the entire state. I want to continue to pray for our community with all of the incidents that are taking place throughout the city. Within the last 3 months on my block, we've lost 2 people on our block that have passed away. Tomorrow is the funeral service for Mr. Mincy, so please pray for their family. And as well, Mother Burton, her funeral is tomorrow, so let's pray for Bishop Mack and Karen Mack Burton and their family as well, and their passing. There's so many services this week. I don't want to continue to call names because I have funerals back to back from tomorrow all the way through Saturday. So my heartfelt condolences out. I want to commend Akbar, Humble Beginnings, Sean Bay, and all the sponsors that came together for one of the most phenomenal events that we've had in the city of Paterson, a live boxing event in the amphitheater at the Great Falls. It was power packed. We had big heavyweight champions that were here. They honored Joe Greer, they honored Ed Cotton, and so many others. It was just amazing. So I heard he's doing it again in the fall. So great job for that on Saturday. It was hot and we were sweating, but I don't think anybody left early because we wanted to see. And I had a little joke because I was on the side saying, do a two-piece, do a biscuit, do a right hook, do a left cut, and an uppercut. Then I realized I didn't know what team I was rooting for. I didn't know where they were from, where they from past. I was just rooting, but it was just awesome. And so I also want to announce Jamaica Day, which will be August 7th through the 8th in Eastside Park. It's always phenomenal. The carnival, I want to win the car this year. I'm going to try my best to win that car. And then I love it on Sundays because it's gospel day. So they have all these people singing and the music, and it's just amazing. So I'm excited. I look forward to being there for that event. And maybe one year they'll give me the mic. I'll do my debut at the microphone. But it's so many great things that's happening in the city of Paterson, so many great events. And I know sometimes people on social media are saying, well, I didn't know, and they're blaming council people. It is not the council person's responsibility to post flyers. We do it, but if we don't get it, we can't post it. But please tag us. You tag us on everything else, so tag us on the flyer as well. We want to hear some of the good news stories too. To ensure that we can be there and try to support. It is very, very hard, and I can speak for myself, to be at every event because there is a lot of stuff going on where mothers and grandmothers and business owners and so forth and so on, and we have jobs. And so it's hard for us to be at every single event. So we will make it our business to try, well, I'll make it my business to try my best to do it, but if we're not there, it's nothing personal. I heard Councilman Khalik's event was really amazing on Saturday. I had an obligation. My niece graduated from Virginia State, and I had to leave and go to that event. But I saw the pictures, wonderful. I'm normally there every year, but last year I was there, and this year I couldn't make it. But I did make sure I had somebody go there in my attendance. And so Paterson, let's continue to pray together, love together, unite together, because as I always say, we're definitely better together. God bless you and have a great night.
Your vote?
Your vote.
Oh, my vote is yes, see.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
I love what I do. Let me address something that's really important. I apologize, Councilwoman Dean from the council from the Fourth Ward, Ruby Kine, that I interrupt you when I was so excited to interject when you were talking about the tracks. Okay? On May 20, I don't know if Mr. Mean is up there. Yeah, Mr. Mean, focus the cell phone if you could see it from here, right? Leave it up? All right, let me see, right there. Okay, that's the camp that they be talking about. Oh, sorry. Bring it back up. All right, good. Yeah, that one, right? You see it? That was May 2021. Before May 2021, on March 17, the track was the same condition. DPW came out from Broadway all the way down to Park Avenue and cleaned the tracks. This was on May 20 again. I do always a before and after when I'm out there in the ward. We notice this. I notice that. I don't go with Facebook posts. I go with action in the street and boots in the grounds. DPW responsibility is to clean 50 feet in to the tracks, and the railroad company is entitled to clean the tracks up and down like they do in Newark, Hackensack, all the way around. Also, we also get compensated back when we do the cleaning of the tracks. So that is facts. Unfortunately, we have a homeless population in the city of Paterson. The administration had to address it. They had to address this situation immediately because the DPW, knowing that they are understaffed, they don't have a lot of equipment, the message that is being sending out there is that the city is dirty and we don't have the sufficient staff, equipment, so we need to address this right away. And we have received funding grants to address the homeless situation in the city of Paterson. So that's being taken care of. DPW director knows about it. Hopefully they will be taken care of this week. I just want to announce to the residents of Paterson, they're being paid, resurfacing some streets. PCG is out there, and they're doing that. So if you see a sign posted to remove your car, yes today, yes tomorrow, et cetera, please move your car because you don't want to get a ticket at least. Move your car for we could do this job right away. Street cleaning have resumed in the city of Paterson, and I commend the administration and the DPW for hiring inspectors to address the enforcement in street cleaning. So the residents of the Fifth Ward and Paterson, please move your car. Don't come with the excuse that we don't know that the street cleaning was going to be today. The signs are posted way back before they put back the situation. I know Councilwoman Mins at large, Dr. Lisa Mins, did an announcement, but I just want to say it again. Ladies and gentlemen, residents of the city of Paterson, Jamaican community, stay tuned for the flag raising. It's coming soon. And also in August.
Friday.
August what? August 6th is the flag raising. We all go to celebrate, especially those that are Taino descent from Puerto Rico. Right, Councilor McCoy? There you go. And also the best Jamaican Day celebration, Saturday, August 7th, where you always see Councilman Velez, before being a councilman, be a Spanish MC in the event. Right? And I dance Jamaican too. All right? So we could enjoy it. This is a family event, and a lot of people know that the legacy of this event in the Eastside Park is always conducted properly. And I know that when people go home, they go home happy because they have learned not only of the culture, all the vendors that give free stuff and a lot of stuff that happens in there. So saying that, buenas noches, Dios me lo bendiga. Council President, you run a great meeting. You put a lot of orders to the public, and I commend you in that. And also you maintain a order in this side. Hopefully that my colleagues could understand that we need a full quorum in this chair.
Thank you.
But hey,
your vote?
It's happening. Oh, my vote. I forgot.
Come on, before it hits 11.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, so if you could just bear with me, I was trying to be out of here before 11, but you know what? We took care of business. We had a full house today. We had over 23, 24 speakers, and we really needed, to listen to what they had to say. But I want to start by saying to Commissioner Dania Martinez,
Yes.
Our school board commissioner, truly my condolences on the loss of your mother, Patria Martinez. For all of you council members, to the administration, the viewing will be on Thursday at the Martinez Funeral Home from 4 to 8, and the burial will be on Friday, I believe at 10 o'clock. Please reach out to her if you have not. I know that this is a very hard moment for her, her family, her brother, her immediate, brother. So I truly just want it from my heart. I love you very much, and I am here for you, as I believe the community will stand with you in solidarity. Akbar, you did an excellent job, and I know that, it's about a team, and I know recreation was part of it, so let's give kudos to our recreation department. A special shout out goes out to Brian Lee Laus from Paterson, born and raised, graduated from our schools, and he won he was one of the fighters, and he won, and he is of Peruvian descent, so bringing honor to the community, especially, in this month, which is the 200th year of Peruvian independence. So Brian Lee Laus, felicidades a ti y a la familia. And obviously there were some other Councilwoman Mims, there was a few other Pattersonians too. I was like you, standing side and moving left and right, and I was like, which one is Patterson? But, I did know that Mr. Laus was, because, he's gone through the schools with my son. Thank you, Councilman McCoy, for being here today. I know that you didn't have an opportunity to sign up, but I think more so, you know the process here. You've gone through the process. It's in our agenda, and I'm looking forward to raising that flag, as we've done for many years, on Friday, August 6th. And I am also looking forward to the celebration of Independence Day. To my colleague, Councilman Khalik, Vice President, congratulations on a beautiful put-together event in the 2nd Ward commemorating Bangladesh Boulevard. It was its 2nd anniversary, and it was nice to see the commissioners from the county there. It was nice to see the mayor, along with some of the council members who were able to attend. Councilwoman Cotton, you were there as well. And I understand, we all have different things. Councilman Mendez was there as well. I just appreciate that when we can, we come together and we show support to one another. Finally, I'd like to say that I have put forth the assignments, and you all will be receiving a copy of them tomorrow. There were some corrections that I needed to make. I made some mistakes. There were repeats. And finally, let me just see, I just got here. Okay, and then to the administration, Madam BA, I told the mayor, I believe it was 2 days ago, that we needed to talk about the ARA money, okay, the Relief Act monies, the 68 million. We have yet to have a conversation of where the monies is going. You know where I'm gonna go. If you already know me, you know what I'm going to be tackling and what are we gonna be asking for. And clearly you saw today a lot of the issues in homelessness, so we definitely need to address that. By law, President Biden indicated that we can use some of that monies also for public safety. So we need to sit down, and I hope that each one of us is considered in a recommendation, and then at the end coming together. So really important, because I understand that we've received the full amount. Am I correct?
We've received the first half.
The first half, oh, so we haven't received the full? Correct. But still, we haven't had no discussion, and you got over $30 million, so we want to be part of that too.
Yes.
So with that said, Mrs. McCoy, it was very nice seeing you. I haven't seen you in a while, so very nice to see you as well. And to Paterson, I took 4 minutes, so not bad. All right.
That's good. You're the president.
Thank you, Paterson, and good night. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The workshop session of July 13, 2021 is hereby adjourned. Good night, everyone. Thank you.